Good evening and welcome to NERx, the 2020 annual convention of the Northeastern region of the NMRA. I'm John Doring and I'll be your host for the first of 4 big nights of model railroad programming. Each evening this week, Tuesday through Friday from 6:30 to 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Every night we'll have a similar agenda, including 4 interesting, entertaining, and informative clinics, and 3 mostly video recorded layout tours of model railroads from around our region. We'll also celebrate each night by recognizing some of this year's achievement program and convention model and photo contest winners. All of our clinic presenters and layout tour hosts for NERx are model railroaders and members of the NMRA's Northeastern region, an area that includes the USA's 6 New England states and also Metro New York City, most of upstate New York, the top half of New Jersey, and all of our friends up to the north in Eastern Canada, the Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Quebec. And now we want to welcome you, our honored guest, from wherever it is you are around the world. We hope that your family and loved ones and friends are all safe and well and healthy, and that this year's holiday season will bring to you much peace and joy. And of course, a lot more model railroading. I want to encourage you not only to watch and listen to our clinics and tours this week, but also to share your comments and ask your questions. Just use the chat feature you have in YouTube or Facebook, like you would if we were all gathered together in person. We'll do our best to get those questions to the presenter at the end of each clinic. And if that's not possible, we'll follow up with you afterwards. So please join in, be a part of the conversation, and be a part of this convention itself. It's NERx 2020. So what do you say we get this thing started? So our first clinic this evening is entitled Foreground Trees and with Leaves. Foreground Trees with Leaves. Our presenter was an American flyer guy in the 1950s, creating a bigger than 4x8 foot basement empire. S-scale became HO in the early 60s, and then that was all put away for college and life. But with a new house and marriage, he re-engaged in the hobby and built a layout in his living room. Soon after, he joined the NMRA and ultimately built a module and got involved with the hub division in the Boston area. His home layout eventually moved into a bedroom and grew still further. He enjoys running his long steam-driven circus train around the hub's layout these days, and I enjoy watching it. Please help me welcome Jeff Giroux.
Thank you very much, John. It's really an honor to be leading off the NERx.
Absolutely.
And I hope that people get some important, useful information about using some new available leaves and especially the Woodland Scenics adhesive that I use. So, and fortunately for all of you, I made this videotape so you don't have to watch me stumbling around.
Okay. Well, let's watch the video.
I'm going to show you how I made this full-size maple tree, 75 feet tall. But the methods used can be used to make anything from little bushes all the way up to big trees like this. I especially like that when you get really close to this, you can see the actual leaves. And just to give you an example, or a few examples of how you can use this to make bushes and other smaller things, here are some pictures from my layout. Of course, what makes this all possible are the actual leaves that are available from NERx as well as several other manufacturers now. These are some leaves that I got several years ago when they first came out, so I had a lot of choices of green to use. I'll be using 2 different greens for the tree you saw, a middle green and a slightly lighter green for sort of underneath. Of course, the leaves need something to attach to, and for that we're going to be using Super Tree branches. Super Tree is a product of Scenic Express. Super trees are sold online. This is from their webpage. And they also are sold at a lot of the train shows when we still had train shows, and hopefully we'll have train shows again. The other thing that we need to do is we need to have something to attach the branches to. And for that, we're going to be using an armature made out of sagebrush. Now, I was very lucky because I was in the Southwest and I packed myself a box of sagebrush and mailed it to me. You can pretty much pick it off on the side of the road in a lot of places. If you can't get out that way, you can make friends with model railroaders in the Southwest and have them send you some. Or you can buy them from Scenic Express. The ones that Scenic Express has aren't particularly inexpensive, but they're quite awesome. And yes, there is a special glue. I found Hobbytack quite a few years back, and I was very interested because it specifically said that it was for trees. I found it to work pretty well with the ground foam and those kinds of options, but I found it works really great with the leaves. And you can see on the back that it tells you that when you basically put it on and you let it dry until it's clear and tacky. And I usually wait overnight. The final material that we use is matte medium, or Mod Podge, as you get it from Michaels. It's a real thick, matte, acrylic thing that dries with no shine, and it helps to protect the super tree branches, because the super tree branches, when they're right out of the package, you can crumble them in your hand. But once they've been soaked in Mod Podge, they're pretty hardy. But before we seal the super tree materials, we have to check them out, because sometimes there are holes where the foliage pops out of that we need to get rid of before we seal them into the final branches. Now that the branches are all clean and prepared, it's time to dip them in Mod Podge. And I use a dilute formula. I take an empty container and I put in Mod Podge, thick Mod Podge to about there. And then I fill up the rest with water and add a little bit of detergent and shake it up and shake it up and shake it up. And I label it so that I know that that's the dilute stuff, because regular Mod Podge is pretty thick. And then I pour it into a bowl. I've strung a string across my basement sink, and on the string I have put a whole bunch of wood clothespins, and I hang stuff up there. Sometimes it's trees, sometimes it's paintbrushes. So each of the branches of the super trees need to be soaked for a little bit, a few seconds, 10 seconds. And then they need to be hung up to dry. And if they're crooked, you can hang a weight on the end and they'll dry straight. After the matte medium dries on the branches, then I spray paint them with a color exactly the same as the trunk color on the tree that I'm using. Now that the branches are ready, it's time to pick out a trunk and get started making our tree. We do have to prepare the trunk so it will sit evenly on the ground. Right now it has a broken off end from the field, so I'm going to try to make it pretty tall because I need a tall one for where I'm going to use this. I've got some 1.5 by 18 brads that I'm going to use for the thing to stick the tree in with. I'm going to put it inside like that. First, we'll cut off the head. Then we'll match up a drill to the size of the nail. Then with the last energy left in my drill, we'll drill a hole in the bottom of the trunk that the brad can go into. A quick check to make sure it works and fits in there, and then we'll add a little super glue and slide it in permanently. So I use hot glue to attach the branches to the armature, and just for fun, I thought the very first one I should put way too much hot glue on so that I could show you that even with too much hot glue, it's still okay. But one of the things that you'll note is that I do use the hot tip of the hot glue gun to break the string before I put it up on there. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. And I was picking a particularly big joint, so I knew I could get away with a bit of extra hot glue in this case, but I do spread it out later. Next branch I do a little better, but I do have to get rid of the blob on the end of the glue gun. And again, I'm also picking another big joint spot to put it in, and I'll be able to use the extra glue in the joint, and it will help hold it. And you do have to hold it sometimes for like a minute or so until the glue sets up. So on the next branch, I got a little better with the glue gun. I've got a little less hanging out there, and I'm able to break the threads before it goes away by using the hot tip. In all cases, when I attach a new branch, I'm trying to extend a branch junction or make a new junction in a branch so that it looks natural when it's all done. You will be able to see the branches through the leaves when you're done. So making it look natural is really good. I'm still attaching relatively large branches to make it a main part of the tree. And I'm getting a little better with my hot glue. Extending an existing branch with a bit of super trees. You can see the branch line up in the foliage. The dreaded hot glue strings. But you can break them. You just use the hot metal tip to break them. Sometimes meshing the super tree material together helps hold it in place. And sometimes you have to do a little surgery on the branches, either to keep them from being too pointy on the end or to just change the structure. Again, taking advantage of a natural branch split to create our new branch. Taking advantage of the still hot glue, I'm sticking another branch into the joint. And now some smaller branches to fill in around the edges. Still a few big branches to fill out the other side of the tree. And sometimes you have to change the armature itself to make your branches fit better. And at the very bottom of the tree, some new branches just starting out. A nice way to distract from a curved supertree branch is to add a junction and another branch. I am generally removing the hold time from the video, so you don't have to watch me holding these in place until the hot glue cools. And you can use the supertree material itself to hold itself up. It links up together. And sometimes fingers are just too big to fit in there, and you need to use tweezers. Remember that the outside edge is going to be covered with leaves, so you want to try to cover up most of the open spaces with outside edge, so you can have leaves on the outside of most of the tree. I'm almost done, so I want to check for any strings, any hot melt glue strings, and there you can see them pretty clearly with a black background. Once you find them, you can grab them with the tweezers and pull them right out. I say that like it's easy. A final check of the whole tree, and it's time to start putting on some glue to hold the leaves. As I mentioned, we're going to be using hobby tack to attach the leaves. It's a thick, gooey, very sticky white substance that comes with a brush that you can use to paint it on the trees. And you really want to get it on every little protruding part of the tree, because everywhere you touch with the glue is going to be connected to leaves. So you really want to get every little tip with glue on it so you get leaves in every place you can. By using hobby tack and only on the outside of the leaves, it keeps you from having leaves stuck to the branches or stuck to the trunk inside. That often happens when you're using a matte medium spray or something like that to hold the leaves on. The hobby tack really does make the leaves look like they are in a tree. Sometimes you'll leave a big glob in a spot, and you can use the brush to redistribute it a little bit, but even if you leave a blob there, all you're going to end up with is a blob of leaves, so it's not necessarily horrible. This can be a bit tedious, so I'm going to speed it up a bit. Spreading the glue took several hours, 3 I think, so you're lucky to be able to see it in only about 4 minutes. It's important to try to get the glue into all the cracks and crevices between the bundles of tree branches that you've got in there, because you really want to have leaves everywhere that you can have leaves, and that's pretty much on the outside of all of the super trees branches. So try your hardest to get the brush into the middle of the tree as well. I went to lunch, so some of the top part of the tree was able to dry a little bit, so it got a little clearer. There's still white pretty much everywhere, but I've still got to finish the bottom here, so here we go. While it's still wet, you can use the glue to help hold the branches up to each other, sort of fit them back in. The glue helps hold them in place. Time for leaves. As I mentioned, I'm using 2 different colors of leaf material, and I'm pouring the leaf material into some cinnamon jars that I have saved from when they emptied, because they have little holes in the top that are just about the right size for sprinkling leaves. So this is the medium green that I'm using for the main part of the tree, and I'll also be putting some lighter green in the other shaker for underneath and inside the tree for where the lighter leaves might be. You'll note that I've added wax paper underneath the tree and underneath the jars. That's so I can save what's left when I'm done and put it back in the jar again. We'll be using one color at a time. Time to sprinkle leaves. Basically, you're just shaking it like you're shaking salt over a big meal. And you want to get a lot in there everywhere. Wherever the leaves touch the glue, they stick. And if they don't, they fall through the tray and end up on the wax paper. Of course, you can't get to everywhere from the top, so you need to pick it up and turn it around and sprinkle leaves in from every angle, because you really want to get every bit covered. And when you were putting the glue on, you wanted to make sure you got glue into some of the interior spaces, so you can grab some leaves there too. Well, we're done with the medium green, so it's time for us to collect up all the leftovers and put them back in the jar. Now for the lighter green color. I'm looking to use this in sort of the in-between the darker color. So in between the bunches up at the top and down at the bottom, you want to have some light color on the bottom with the darker color on top. Basically sort of sneaking it in around the middle green. You'll notice that as some of the branches get heavier with leaves, they start to hang down a little bit and drag a little. When you finish up putting the leaves on, you can set it up and push the branches back into place and get the glue to sort of hold to each other as well. In some cases, you'll need to bend the branches around, but it's totally doable. And then I highly recommend that you spray the whole tree with some inexpensive hairspray at the end to cover it all with a little bit of lacquer. It gives the leaves a little bit of extra hold. So we're almost done putting the light colored leaves on here, and then I'll show you the whole tree. So here's the finished tree. You can see the different shades of green. You can see through the leaves to the background. And you can see the edges being pushed out and the little branches with leaves on them. Looks quite real. And here's the tree in its new home in the wilderness part of my layout, soon to get another layer of scenic. Thanks for watching.
One of those things.
It takes 3 or 4 hours to make one that big, but you can make a lot of bushes in very short time.
Yeah, so that I'm looking at that. Is that tree? That tree's I don't know, 8 inches tall or something like.
You know, it's 75 feet in HO scale, so yeah, probably about 8 inches. Yeah,
I've heard before that a lot of trees are not really big enough, and that one is big and full. Yeah.
Yeah, I use full-size trees in the foreground, and then I can use smaller trees in the background, and it looks like they're disappearing.
So lots of other questions. Let me run through some of these real quick. Chris asked, did you spray paint or airbrush the armatures?
I airbrush them. You could spray paint them. I mix a color that's very close to the color of the armature and just spray the super tree stuff to the same color, basically.
Okay. And Ron from Ron's Trains and Things says he missed the beginning and wants to know what makes up the base armature.
Those are sagebrush branches. Most of them I collected in the Southwest myself, and I had a friend collect some for me. If you're ever in the Southwest, or if you know somebody out there, they can send some to you for virtually nothing. They're on the side of the road. I mean, you really find dead sagebrush everywhere. But if you want to pay for it, you need it right now. Scenic Express, of course, sells them. They're about, I think it's $6 an armature, but they're real pretty. Theirs are really well picked. They have a lot of extra branches.
Now, Tom Wilson asked if you've tried Scenic Express tree leaves, but I think that's what you used, isn't it? Or
Those
no?
are NERc leaves. When I bought the leaves,
Oh.
NERc was the only company that was making them. Scenic
Ah.
Express now has them, and for green leaves, I have enough green. My big problem is that I'm waiting for fall colors to be right. I mean, they've got a really nice yellow right now, but the red's a little weird, and a lot of the shades are just a little off. And I want a fall tree takes 3 or 4 or even 5 different colors in order to make it right, and I want all the colors to be right.
But
So
you sound a little like a snooty New Englander there. I bet I could make one okay as a Texan. I just wouldn't appreciate all the nuance there. Huh?
Not the same. Not the same.
Okay, let's see. Nick says, what was the dilution when you dipped the branches in the Mod Podge?
About 5 to 1. It's really not too critical. You need to make it thin enough to get that the branches can absorb it. But 5 to 1 and a little bit of dish soap to cut the surface tension.
And how long, John asked, how long does the hobby tack stay tacky?
Oh, a day or two. The only reason it loses tacky is because dust settles on it, believe it or not. And I know this because I left one that I was working on for like a day or two, and it wasn't quite so tacky after a couple of days, and it was just a little cloudy. So yeah, I would pretty much I paint them one day and I leaf them the next day, and
Okay.
and so because I want to make sure that everything is completely clear before the leaves go on.
Ted wants to know if you've ever tried using the cheap hairspray version to make the leaves stick.
Well, I do use the hairspray when I'm done to help seal it a little. But the problem with using hairspray is it also gets on the trunk and the branches, and you end up with leaves coming out of everything. With this way, you only end up with leaves on the outside of the tree, just like there are real trees, because there are only leaves where the sun gets to them.
Did you have to make did you have a lot of failed trees before you got one that you liked, or?
Well, I made them first with ground foam. Once I discovered hobby tack, it's like I was reading it and it says it's for trees. So I started, well, I'm going to try. And I used the real fine ground foam, and it made really nice looking trees. And it was right about that time that the leaves came out. And I'm like, I've got to try this. This is really cool.
Yeah.
And I did. And I was very excited. I have to say that I still have the first tree that I made with leaves on it, and I'm happy with it. I've made 4 new ones with leaves. Only one is on my actual working layout. The other 3 are in a section of the layout that is soon to be scenic. It's right now it's all just rock.
Okay. And how many will you ultimately have to make for the layout as you plan it out?
I've probably got another 5 or 6 of these big ones, and then several small ones for here. And I need to make about 4 for my module, which would be fall ones.
I would be, being a modular railroader myself, I'd be afraid to put something that nice that you put so much effort into in the module. You got to be very
well.
careful.
I take it off
Okay.
when I move the module, and I have a separate box for the trees. And even then, they do get beat up. I will freely admit. I have to go about every 2 years. I have to completely rebuild them.
It's like Shaq says. He always reminds us that a module is a model layout that goes for a car ride.
Yeah, so true.
Well, thank you so much, Jeff. I think that was just awesome, and you really helped us to kick this thing off really well.
Awesome. I'm glad I could help, and I'm glad people enjoyed it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Super, super. All right, up next is our first layout tour of tonight's program, and we're going to be off to the home of Dave McPherson of the Hub Division. Dave's Clinch Mountain Railway is an HO scale freelance bridge route serving New England and interchanging with local roads in the 1960s. His layout was featured in the September 2014 issue of Model Railroader. So let's take a look at Dave's railroad today.
Hi, my name is David McPherson, and I'd like to welcome you to the Clinch Mountain Railway today. We can start off by me giving a little bit of an overview of the layout. Basically, the Clinch Mountain Railway is a bridge route interfacing with all the New England railroads of this time period, which is roughly around somewhere in the 60s, the 1960s. We have steam, we have diesel, it's kind of the transitional period. But I'm not overly fussy about being 100% accurate on the dates of all the equipment. If I have something that isn't too outlandish, I'll run it anyway. Basically, we start off here at the yard at Bradford. This is the Bradford station. This is the Bradford freight yard and passenger yard, and behind me is the Bradford engine terminal. From here, the line goes out onto the main line, stays on the lower level coming around in this direction. This is the Bradford station area. There's a little country church here, the Bradford station, and we have this farm supply building here. Still running steam, so we have a water tank there, and we head down the main line. It goes back under 2 bridges and starts to climb up a grade, goes through the tunnel in that mountain, and then we get onto the grade coming up by furniture company there, and also the Crawford station. Going on from there, the main line is on the high level now, crossing over one of the bridges that we originally went under. And the line comes around here on the high level, all the way over to this area here. This is just a very small station here. This is Beecher Falls. That's a Beecher Falls station and area, and there's some little bit of industry here and there on the other side of the tracks. Passing siding here with a B&M passenger train waiting there. We go along the main line after passing the station, and we go over the trestle and then down the grade here where that 2-engined freight train is sitting there on the passing track. And that goes by another station over there. Now we're heading down grade. All the way down to this area here. I don't know if you can see it or not, but there is a tunnel mouth here. The tunnel goes underneath this whole area and comes out over on the other side of this higher level, and it goes across the doorway into the other room. I have the option of switching into the tunnel with this switch here, and then continuing into the other room. Coming through the mountain from the other room, we come over into the Marysville area, and here we have a cement company. We have the Marysville roundhouse and turntable engine facility, and as we go over here further down the track, we come into the area where the freight yard is in Marysville. And we also have an area where there's a lot of maintenance of way equipment on several sidings. We have an industrial area over there with an ice house, propane company, produce company, an old stone building that has an industry in it. And this is all the Marysville yard and industrial area. We are at the Marysville depot right now. Signal tower there, interlocking tower in front of the station. We go around the curve here on the main line, and we go through an industrial area that's very heavy with industry. There's all kinds of businesses here. There's a dairy, there's a monument company, there's a Railway Express building, there's an oil tank there for the Granite State Utilities Power Company, the generating station, and there's a freight forwarding company and all types of different industries, milling company. The next industry here is Eastern State Steel Company, and there's a small whistle-stop station there with a little freight shed over in that area. Then we come into another freight yard over here. We have an interlocking tower, and we have the O.L. King and Sons Coal Company here with a coal trestle. And that is pretty much the end of this part of the layout.
All right. Well, looks like we're off to a super great start today. Next up, it's clinic number 2, and this is entitled Bringing the Railroad to Life with Layers. Our presenter is a longtime model railroader living near St. John, New Brunswick. He is CEO of the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway in HO scale. His interests include building scenery and structures, model and prototype photography, and operations. He's an avid woodworker and hobby furniture maker, and he uses his workshop to assist other modelers to construct their own portable show modules. He's working on his own now to be included in the St. John Club's portable layout. Our fellow has his AP certificate in scenery. He's the current editor of the Eastern Canada Division's Hot Box newsletter. Everyone, please welcome Lou McIntyre. Lou, how are you?
Great. Thank you very much for that introduction. Let's see what we've got here. Would just be a second here, and
No worries.
there we are, I think. Can you see that now?
No, I'm not seeing it yet, but
Okay. Escape and try that again. Here we are. Okay.
got it.
All right. So let's get started in that case. And as John says, I'm going to be doing a presentation on the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway, and both the prototype and my model of it. The prototype ran from 1880 until 1940. It was a 28-mile branch line that ran from Hampton, New Brunswick to St. Martin's on the Bay of Fundy here in Eastern Canada. And my model lives on a little longer, at least till dieselization. So what I'm going to do tonight is describe how my model railroad came to life, and it's in what I call layers, not in a physical sense, but like 2x4s and that kind of thing, not at all. Instead, what we're going to do is describe the model railroad in layers. The first layer, we're going to look at the history, why the railway even existed in the first place, and how I got attached to it. The second layer, models and the scenery to reflect the reality. Third layer, elements that add to the railway, to tell a story, real or otherwise. The fourth layer, I had to add a lot of operations to my model railroad because the railroad existed on a single mixed freight passenger train combo, usually made up of engine, tender, one flat car, one box car, and a passenger car. So with that, I couldn't make much of an interesting operating session last more than about 15 minutes. Operating on the model, consists of a couple of fast freights on the CN main line, a number of way freights operated as turns, switching operations in 4 locations, and 4 passenger trains. And we're going to talk a little bit about car forwarding and day after scheduling if time allows. And I think I've accomplished what I want to do. A crew of 5 to 6 seldom completed an entire operating session in 2.5 hours. And of course, that included a lengthy break to chat. The history of the model of the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway goes back to my childhood as what I call a religious experience. And it came from getting dragged off to church on Sunday morning. Our drive from our summer camp to the church followed the old right-of-way, and the tracks were gone, more than 10 years before I was even born. But my father telling me of the train and showing me where it ran possibly set things in motion for many, many years later. And page forward, a retired school teacher here in St. John wrote a book on the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway that included a few photographs. That was the book that started me on my journey. Now, railroading in this area began with the European and North American Railway in the 1850s, and it ran from St. John to Shediac. Now, there was another section that ran from St. John going westward to the border at Maine, and then there was even a section of the European and North American that existed in the state of Maine. Smaller communities on both sides of the main line, of course, began to develop an interest. And during the 1870s, these short lines started to appear on what became the intercolonial railway that ran in that black line there you see on your screen. The first branch was the from Salisbury to Hillsborough, Albert, and even for a short while into Alma. The second branch was from Havelock to Petty-Kodiak, and then in the opposite direction going south to Elgin. The third branch was Norton to Chipman, which was for passengers and hauling some coal. And the fourth one, which is the one I'm modeling, is from Hampton to St. Martin's. Now, with the exception of the Chipman to Norton line, these all went to the Canadian government railways at the end of World War I, which soon became Canadian National. Here's a bit of a map of the area that I'm modeling, and most of the initial interest in the railway connection to Hampton came from the farming communities along the Hammond River, and that's in this area here. And the folks at this end down here didn't have a great deal of interest because they had shipping. They were a shipbuilding community, but as they found, shipbuilding was dying out. And so they began to see the railway as an alternative. And so by 1876, construction was underway, and a large part of the funding, of course, coming from the provincial government. This was just under 29 miles with some heavy grades and tight curves, and I can only describe it as being narrow gauge railroading with standard gauge track. That's a very brief view of the history. You can see it changed hands a number of times until finally being taken over in 1918 by the government railway. Now, first layer, as I was saying, is historic photographs, and we'll just go through these quickly. This was the station at St. Martin's. It was right at the very top of the gravel or stone beach in that area. And, great source for ballast, but it caused a bit of a problem. Every time there was a storm, away she went. The tracks got ripped up and so forth. So things were difficult, to say the least. Now, here's another view of the area around the station in St. Martin's. You can see, especially in this last photograph here, that the beach area extended a long ways around the coastline there. And we have pictures, of course, of the engine facilities, the engine house, which you see over here, and the turntable, which was located right over here. Now, the Gully Bridge. Now, that was an interesting rig. The Gully Bridge was made up of a 300-foot span, and it was the biggest structure on the railway. And there were 14 bridges over the run of the railway itself. And this one here was replaced in 1928 by a steel structure that you see next, right in this area, right here. The top photo, by the way, does show the entire passenger fleet, a combination and a first-class car. And I believe the first-class car might have come from Maine Central or Bangor and Aroostook. Whether it was ever paid for, that's another question entirely. This is another one of the bridges that ran across the river right behind the two churches that I got dragged off to on Sunday mornings. This double-ended siding was probably the busiest on the railway for loading lumber. And in the background, you can see a huge station house. No, it's not behind the outhouse that you can see. It is the outhouse. That was the station. Here's a couple of more photographs of the log loading at Porter Road. We'll come back to that in a little while in my model. And here's another photograph along the line. This is the Upham station. This is Robertson siding, and we're going to come back to that in a little while. Here we are finally at the northern end where the railway met the rest of the world at Hampton. And what we have here is the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway came out on this side of the old station. This is the original station. The Intercolonial Railway, which became CN, was on the opposite side. This is the later station, still with the railway tracks existing for the Hampton and St. Martin's, shown here by the crossbucks, and you can see just a bit of a track right there. They had some interesting power on the railway. Old Molly was built to broad gauge, 5'6", so they had to make some modifications to the station platforms because of the size of these the pistons. Here's a, oops, sorry, that. This is a Model T Ford. It was used during the spring thaw when parts of the line could not support the weight of the locomotives and the regular rolling stock. And it was another fixture that they had on the railway was this very interesting looking little cart here at Robertson siding being hauled by that car. I'm guessing that the railway had another piece of unofficial passenger equipment, number 67, for commuter service. Some of the CN engines, the most important one here being this one. This photo was taken on the last day of service on the railway in 1940. Now, the next layer in bringing the Hampton St. Martin's Railway to life is what I model is the CN main line that runs from Moncton to St. John, but in particular the St. Martin's branch line, which starts in Hampton and ends in St. Martin's. And there are a number of structures that you can still see to this day. This was 1940, this thing was dismantled. And even that trestle bed is still standing, at least the last time I was there. The Mosier Brook trestle, 120 feet, and then there was a 23-foot span. In my model, I put both of them in a somewhat compressed fashion here, fairly close together. The next one is the Gully Bridge, where we saw the passenger cars sitting. And it was a very strange arrangement. They had 75-foot trestle, pile trestle both ends. And then they had the Howe truss in the middle. And it was supported underneath in about 25 feet from each end. So it was then replaced, like I said, in 1928 by a steel trestle. And this is my model of it on the railway. Another view of the Gully Bridge on my railway. And here's the bridge at Upham and my model of it. And in that magical world of model railroading, although the trestle and the Upham Bridge were many miles apart, they seem to turn up fairly close together here. Now, this was an interesting thing. I wanted to model this because it was so unusual. What they used is horses, actually, to pull those logs up onto the car. They had a couple of logs propped up against the gondola. And however, in model railroading, I couldn't quite do that. So I straddled a couple of logs up, supported by vertical posts underneath them. That way there I could slide the cars in and out. Here's a store and a hotel on Main Street in St. Martin's. Again, I modeled that on my layout, and what I used here, actually, both of them were built using the Bar Mills 1 kit. You may have seen actually a bit of that in the latest coupler. Another building, this is Skillen's bookstore. Now, Skillen's was the owner of the store, and he was also a photographer and created a tremendous number of photographs and turned them into postcards and sold them. And this is why we have such a good record of the history of the area. The Odell store, again, I scratch built this. It was a place where we stopped actually on the way back from church on Sunday mornings. Maybe a treat for having behaved myself, I don't know. The water tank at Barnesville my model of it is not what it seems. The model is nothing more than a block of 2x4 with the angles cut at 45 degrees at the top, and then clad with northeast crib siding and roof shingles. Here's the Rothsay station. This was built in actual 1859 for the European and North American Railway. It's still standing to this day and in pretty good shape. But I built the model, scratch built it using Junico castings. Junico also came into here in Hampton, the Cartierville Craftsman kit, and modified it to create this particular station. It was quite a bit shorter than the Cartierville station. And here we are in the big city of St. John on the CN main line. This is a combination of scratch built, JL innovative design, bar mills, and even a couple of ancient AHM plastic kits. Now, this one departed a bit from the strict Hampton and St. Martin's prototype. This is the prototype here. However, my St. Martin station is based on Phillips, Maine. Why? I liked it. Simple as that. And that's okay, because from here on, we're going to venture away from reality into the dark recesses of my imagination. This is the part of the model railroading that I really enjoy the most. Not strictly railroading, instead it's bringing a scene to life to enhance the railroad, to create a story. And some of this here has an element of reality on steroids. I've even created a weekly newspaper, the Hampton River Herald, to report on local activities. Some of the details that you see here, we got pork stew being created. They just slaughtered the pig, and they're getting ready to butcher it up for tonight's supper. Now, I came across this Sylvan model kit a number of years ago, and immediately what it said to me was, that's what's in the painting by Grant Wood, American Gothic. So needless to say, I had to recreate that on my railroad. The other spot here is, it's a bit of a tribute to my son, who lives in the Rockies and is a mountain climber. So you have some guys climbing up this rock face. Now, the Hampton River Herald, let me just back up a minute, and we'll talk about these miners first. Now, you know about workplace health and safety. They didn't know anything about it. Now, what was fondly known as the Canada contraption, this thing here, is in a time warp. Now, my railroad's in the 1950s, but this contraption toured Eastern Canada and even Britain in the early 1900s promoting moving to the prairies, kind of the Canadian version of Go West, Young Man. And down here we'll see the Boy Scouts that are crossing the walk bridge on their way to their encampment just below the Henry Lake ball field. And that brings me to the first newspaper report. And that was, today was the official opening of the brand new Henry Lake Baseball Park. In the first game at the new facility, a large crowd of 6 residents cheered on the Henry Lake Hounds as they edged out the Barnesville Red Barons in a real slugfest by a score of 16-15. 5 home runs were tallied, including a knockout. One of the Boy Scouts camped below the gully bridge is now recovering at home after receiving one of the home runs on his head. Scout leaders are providing helmets for campers to be worn on game days. Here's a number of different models, photographs of models from the railway. Painless Parker, if I have time later on, I might come back to him. He was a larger-than-life character that was born in St. Martin's. The other places, such as the sign, was an attempt to satisfy all the owners of the mine. But they eventually settled on the name Glebe Mine and saved about 6 gallons of sign paint. Again, a part of what could have been. The Glebe Mine did exist as one of a number of small manganese mines in southeastern New Brunswick. Apologies to the Johnsons of the Blazing Saddles fame and to my wife's family. I found in the 1861 census that there was a Humphrey Johnson, one of my wife's ancestors, that was listed in there as a miner, and he had to have been working at this particular mine. So now I promoted him to mine manager, and he became an entrepreneur of sorts and set up a side business when the manganese prices rose. And as you can see, we'll call what he was doing an after-hours clinic. In his defense, the upstairs wasn't being used anyhow. Again, we're trying to keep workplace health and safety busy. And you might notice the wording of the sign. Another part of bringing the railroad to life is I'm using the names of a number of friends of mine, model railroaders, and you'll see them on these buildings here. Also, in honor of my grandfather, Willie McIntyre, he was actually a potato farmer for a bit. And if he had ever shipped potatoes by rail, the Hampton and St. Martin's Railway would have been the most logical as being the handiest. Now, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, there really wasn't enough on the prototype to provide much of an operating session. So the next layer of my HO railway was to increase traffic. I added industries, rolling stock, focused largely on moving freight within the branch line, and just enough outbound traffic to feed the CN main line as well. Now, how did I do that? Well, in reality, there were logging operations feeding sawmills, so why not transport the logs to the mills by rail? And this, in this particular case, from the log loading at Porter Road into Barnesville, into Opham, and even into St. Martin's. And there were other log loading facilities throughout the railway. Now, let's go one step further, and that is then to provide somewhere to send the sawn lumber. I added secondary industries like Marcus Dowell and Spindle, as you can see here, Patterson's Perfect Pins, and Shit Creek Paddles, got to have one of them, Sherwood Sash and Door, and even a creosote plant. These were all on the branch line, so it created a fair amount of traffic within the branch line itself. Now, mining operations, as I mentioned earlier, also did exist, although they were very, very small. But these never got as large as what I'm showing on my model railway. But what the heck, my reality, I increased their output so that they could justify an ore concentrator, and then justify transporting the carloads from there to be shipped out by sea around the world. There were other local businesses. The meat man in St. Martin's never had an operation anywhere near this size, but I used the name of Miller Brothers anyhow. We also needed a coal dealer down there too, and an oil dealer. Now, in my reality, Henry Lake is a major agricultural area producing substantial quantities of honey, apples, maple syrup, you name it. And I met an interesting character a number of years ago by the name of Paul Wiley. He ran an auto salvage yard and a bootlegging operation on the side in Barnesville, one of the settlements on my layout. Well, I had to include him, needless to say. So now in my reality here, he is producing medicinal elixirs with exotic names like Maple Magic and Apple Ambrosia, all using all natural local ingredients. Now the car that, got to go back 2 pages here. The car that I show here was a kit based on a Tichy flat car, and it was entered in a contest in the local club here, and so this was my entry, and we had another competition a little later. Speaking of Lester's Lobsters, and what we did was we built a number of restaurants, individuals in the club, and we brought them together just for a casual competition too. And at the end of the competition, of course, then I was able to install it on my layout. And this was based on a model railroad article a number of years ago called the Polar Bear Club, I think. Just quickly browsing through here, we have also realistic loads and so forth using a piece of, no, I can't even remember the name of the stuff. So anyhow, let's carry on here. Covered with a bit of pink styrofoam, then painted, then layered with dust of coal, or in some cases, I even had sandblasting grit from an auto supply store. Now, operating on the railway, we're doing for time here, getting close to the time. Operating on the railway, we are using a system that I got from the NMRA Operation SIG quite a number of years ago. I think it originally came out of NMRA Australia. And it's using car cards, and I think you'll find that these are pretty much the typical car cards that you see around. This one here is only two-sided, and we use them to identify by color where we're going. The top part of this slide is a train order, and that's this section right here. The bottom half is a map of where this train order is taking the train. We leave St. John with silver and green waybills. Over here we have a bit of a cheat sheet. It's attached to the waybill, or to the order, and it identifies that what we're doing is leaving St. John with everything as destined for Hampton and the St. Martin's branch line. By the way, one thing I did find was a fast clock that would operate on a PC, and it was available from Australia. You may have an interest in this, but again, it was used. I use it for operating sessions, and it's just a matter of reference as to where we are in the session. And again, a schematic of the operations in the layout. The big action really is the freight movement up to Hampton. We have a freight out of St. Martin's that comes up to Hampton and does the work, And we also have a way freight out of St. John that was on that order we had, train order we had a few minutes ago there. And having a little fun now. One of the photographs I found from Skillen's bookstore was this excursion train, the Hampton Cornet Band in 1909. So, of course, you wonder whether or not they played music all the way down and back type of thing. Well, that got me to thinking of what I could possibly do with creating music on the layout. And what I did, I bought an MP3 player for about $15. I think it didn't have a lot invested. So if this idea didn't work out, tearing it apart wasn't a great loss. The MP3 player was a bit bigger than I had hoped, but in this AccuRail stock car here, you can see the off-on switch up underneath the roof walk, which is removable. You can see the micro SD card sticking out the bottom, so just push on it and out it comes. I had to remove the steel weight underneath the car, so I replaced it with some lead weight on both ends, and also rechargeable as using a USB to like an RCA type of plug. And the volume control sticks up underneath the roof as well. And there we are. It's all ready to roll. We have the stock car, the band, and a couple of passenger car loads of people heading off to St. Martin's. Okay, so that is a very, very much a Reader's Digest version of bringing the railway to life and using layers. And from the prototype to the model to what could have been to just plain fiction. It tells a story, adding to what I believe is an enjoyable way to operate my railway. And where do we go from here? The next chapter, the Hampton St. Martin's Railway is evolving. Now it's modules to be included in our club's layout. That's it, folks. Thank you very much for traveling back to 1955.
Lou, that's awesome. Fantastic. I've got a bunch of questions for you. Are you game?
Ah, sure.
All right, let's fire through some of these. As Chuck asked, how long have you been working on the layout and what's next up?
Well, I'd say go back to about 1990 really was a serious start on the layout, and I retired in 2000, so I've been retired quite a while and had a lot of time on my hands to be able to work on it. Guess what? I didn't make very good use of it. It seemed to be I did probably most work before I retired.
Well, that's, you're not going to get in trouble for for taking it easy a little bit there, huh? What year do you model? What's the
essentially 1955-ish. You see on there a few of the RS3s, and there are some S4s and SW9s on there too, on the layout. There's some steam on the layout as well, so good mixture. And again, it's my reality. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, I could tell that you enjoy both kind of connecting to the true history, but also having a little fun with it along the way.
Oh, absolutely. And I've dragged some of these model railroader friends of mine out over the line in the St. Martin's area, and they've had a grand time, although they may grumble and complain about having get dragged through the alder bushes and that kind of thing. But we've done quite a bit of exploration.
So how many cars do you have on the layout, and what's the kind of the motive power roster?
Oh my goodness. I have no idea the number of cars. It comes and goes. I take some out, I put them on the layout. Some of them are not era correct, but there's some of them are probably a lot newer than 1955. Yeah. But for the most part, the motive power is 3 RS3s. There is a GMD1. There's a couple of S4s, and I think about 3 SW9s, a couple of RD or gas electric doodlebugs, and that kind of thing as well.
Nice.
And FP7s on the CN mainline.
So how many, you may have covered this, but how many operators would you typically have in a session?
I was up to probably about a half a dozen. And any
Okay.
more than that, they began tripping over one another and so
Yeah.
forth. And I've actually changed the mode of operation a little bit in that I've actually stepped it back. And I'm doing some work on the layout right now that will allow us to easily operate with no more than maybe 2 people. We can step up to a large number if we want to, but we can still have a comfortable operating session with 2, 3 people.
Yeah, that seems like a trend that I've heard other people talking about too, kind of reducing the numbers, maybe taking some of the pressure off, having to have it all kind of staged as an event for your visitors and instead enjoying it a little bit more yourself as the owner, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Well, one thing I did do, I did skip over that part of the presentation because of time. I do something called day after scheduling, and that is that what happens today is essentially scheduling to be hauled tomorrow. So, and then what's been left in Hampton today won't be picked up until tomorrow on from the turn that comes up from St. Martin's, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It allows a more relaxed
So you
operating
just pick
session.
up where you left off the last time, kind of thing.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And but the thing is, it also allows a lot more relaxing operating session.
All right. Yeah. Cool. Have you been able to do any operations in this kind of COVID world, or are you sort of just stuck right now?
Frankly, no.
Yeah.
We've been holding off, and we haven't gotten together at all. It's been virtual. We do Friday night Zoom calls and get
Yeah.
together type of thing, and that's about it.
Okay. Let's see. Dan Cohen asked, do you change any details such as different seasons or different seasons or events? Do you ever like?
Every now and then I'll throw something in that it won't be because of season. It's more just, oh, that seems like a good idea. Let's try that and see what happens. And, the excursion trains, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. If I've got an extra operator, I'll throw in an extra train such as that.
Right. That's probably where that question came from. I think that
Mhm.
excursion
Could be.
train.
Yeah.
Greg Williams asked, love the trees. How many do you have on the layout?
Well, I'm taking medication for it now. Probably about 10,000 trees. Yeah, I've been seeing a professional about it, but they haven't helped.
Oh, and then of course we started with a clinic this evening on how to make some more of them. So
Yeah, I know. That's why I ordered those 10,000 from Jeff.
what are you using as power to run the thing? Bob Henry says.
Well, I had actually been using an NCE system that belonged to the local club here when they weren't using it. But I'm actually using, believe it or not, stepping back to an old lens system that was produced under the label of Atlas
Huh.
many, many years ago. And I've gotten some walk around throttles, believe it or not, using cordless telephones. They have little adapters that allow you to use a cordless telephone, and it translates the signals, the beep, 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 beep type of thing, into something that the DCC system
Wow.
understands.
Wow.
So,
How did you figure all that out?
oh, that actually produced by Lens. I didn't
Okay.
have to figure out anything.
Gotcha. That's my kind of electronics. It just
Yeah, you got it. Absolutely.
Hey, I'm wondering, historically, when did all the railroads in Canada get consolidated into CN or CP? When did that typically happen?
It was there was one big swoop in 1918, and when the Canadian government railways took over many of the large independent operators, and it shortly after that became Canadian National that we know today.
Okay.
And Canadian Pacific really dropped out of the maritime provinces here where we are, and they're operating essentially Montreal and West, although more recently they did step back into Maine.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
but we have a very, very busy, I don't even know if you'd call it a short line in the New Brunswick Southern Railway. And they've been very active here in New Brunswick and in the state of Maine, having taken over much of the territory Bangor and Aroostook had up in the Aroostook County area.
Right.
They're hauling a lot of stuff.
Did you ever have narrow gauge lines up in that part of the world, like they did in Maine? Anything like that?
No, nowhere near that whatsoever. We had a couple. One was really hauling just from a mine site to the smelter, and they used I'm not sure if it was 2 foot or 2.5, but they were very, very small engines, tank engines type of thing. And but that was about it.
Yeah. Your bio said you had the AP Scenery certificate, and then I saw a lot of scratch built structures on your layout. Are you working in other areas of the achievement program?
The structures would be the next one, and I had started looking at that. Needless to say, it's on the to-do list. As soon as I get one of those round to it.
Yeah. Well, I think some of them looked really nice, so that I thought maybe that was kind of next up for you.
Yeah, it will be, I think.
I and many of us kind of in the New England area came up to St. John in 2010 when you had the convention there, and enjoyed myself immensely.
No, I'm glad to hear that.
It was a funny story about crossing the border there along the coastline, and pretty much that day, everybody who came from the United States was a model railroader. That kind of made the guy's head spin a little bit.
Yeah, I would think, oh, not another one. Just go. Yeah, exactly.
I guess when we get back to living in a more normal world, maybe we'll be able to talk about doing that again.
Oh, very much so. Looking forward to it, and looking forward actually to getting back to New England again. Obviously, one thing in particular that we're going to miss out on this coming season is, of course, the big train show at Amherst, or the Springfield show. Right. So, I'm looking forward to getting back there.
Yeah, for a number of us, that'll break a streak of many years.
For sure.
But we'll be back at it before long.
Yep, I think so. But anyhow, I do have a bit of a funny story about one of the spots. We got a couple of seconds, have we?
Yes, we do. We got a couple of minutes here.
You remember the car that I modified to put an MP3 player in it?
Right.
And I had a newspaper article that this was the Hammond River Herald, of course, that I created, and it is August 24th of 1954. Today, the Hampton St. Martin's Railway Management resumed excursion trains to St. Martin's, reminiscent of days long ago. They have hired the locally famous Axel Landers Ragtime Band to play for a sold-out crowd on the trip. And now we have another article 1 week later. Hampton and St. Martin's Railway Management have issued an apology to all who suffered through last week's inaugural excursion to St. Martin's. Many of the passengers complained of being nearly asphyxiated by the stench wafting from the lead cattle car on the train. Complaints appear to have come entirely from the city dwellers who flocked from St. John. Local country folk who took the trip suggested that the city folk just were not used to the natural aroma. And no issues were reported from the locals who enjoyed the trip, the music, and chowed down heartily on the otherwise untouched buffet.
Lou, I can tell that you're having entirely too much fun with all of this.
Too much fun is right. Absolutely. Now, I just got to get back to work. We
really thank you for joining us tonight and sharing not only with the Northeastern region, but tonight with people from all around the world. We thank you so much for that. We enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much, guys.
We'll talk to you soon.
Well done. Take care. Thanks.
All right. Okay, I think next up it's time for a Okay, well, it's time now for a special presentation of this year's achievement program and contest award winners for both models and photography. First, let me make a couple of name introductions here. The NER's achievement program chairman is Bill Brown, MMR. Ken May is the model contest chairman for the region. And Kaylee Zing is our photo contest chairwoman. And we're fortunate to have Kaylee in the studio this evening. So without further ado, let me welcome the NER's photo contest chair, Kaylee Zing.
Thank you, John. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the hobby shop, also known as my basement. So we have a great amount of photo contest entry this year, and it was a tough call for a lot of judges, but we have nailed it down, and tonight we're going to present our winners for the contest. So without further ado, let me start sharing my screen. Go into full presentation. Here we go. Okay. So we'll start off tonight by introducing the model contest, specifically the motive power category. And in second place, we have a Fairmont Speeder by John E. Becker. That's a cute little thing, and I'm very excited to see something different than a locomotive and make it into this entry. And then for those of you who are crazy enough to challenge me to put a sound decoder in this little thing, don't push me. It might just actually happen. And now for first place, we have a gorgeous Pennsylvania Railroad F7B number 9832 by Dave Durr. This is a beautiful model that Dave put together. So model railroad manufacturers, be jealous. Okay, and that wraps up for the photo model contest. And now we're going to go into the photo contest. This year for the photo contest, we had a grand entry of 28 entries, a grand total of 28 entries, which is, I believe, the most of any year that NER has ever seen. So we had our work cut out for this year. For tonight, we're going to introduce the winners of the prototype color category, and then we'll start off by third place with VRS 802 coming into Burlington by Peter Watson. Now, Peter unfortunately had to go to the principal's office because he didn't follow the entry criteria of submitting a photo with his self-portrait photo along with his entry. And specifically, he was in that planning meeting when we said every entrant should do that. So shame on you, Peter. And then in second place, we have Full Moon Run by Bruce Shepard. This was a beautiful picture, and I almost want to say, Bruce, can I print this and hang it in my wall, because this is a gorgeous run. In my book, this is my personal favorite, but our judges had awarded Bruce second place in the prototype photo color category. Unfortunately, Bruce also didn't share his photo with us, so we'll have to put him on the milk carton for the evening. And then finally, in first place, we have a man who made my life really difficult when he put this won this category in this place, because of course he was the only entrant with a portrait photo in this category, and that completely screwed up my formatting for this presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the first place winner for the photo prototype color contest, Chuck Dildrick with A Dash of Oil. So once again, congratulations to John, Dave, Peter, Bruce, and Chuck. Thank you for submitting your entries. Congratulations again. All you need to do now is send in a check and a diamond ring to my address, and you will get your certificate into the mail shortly. And then, as a reminder, please visit www.millcity2020.org to see more photos of all the contest entries, as well as being able to kind of zoom in and really study each photo entrants, each entry for each different categories. Again, I want to thank everyone who participated in this year's photo contest. Stay tuned, because tomorrow we're going to introduce another category from the model and the photo contest, and one of these winners actually will make a clean sweep. Stay tuned to find out who. And John, back to you.
Fantastic. Well, my feedback is that the models and the photos look beautiful, but the pictures of the modelers don't look all that good to me.
Yeah, well.
Very nice. Well, thank you. And as Kaylee said, she'll be back with us this time every night this week to share some additional winners in the various categories for both photo and model contests. Well, thanks, Kaylee.
Very good. Take care. Enjoy, everyone.
Now, as many of you will know, the Achievement Program is the NMRA's path for a modeler to demonstrate skills in various aspects of the hobby, including model building like structures and rolling stock and motive power, but also scenery, track and electrical work, and service to the hobby itself. This year's AP certificate recipients have met program requirements in one or more of these hobby facets, and they deserve some recognition from their peers for this accomplishment. Normally, we would be doing this live with lots of energy and lots of clapping and shouting. Bill Brown this year has created a short video recognizing all of these Achievement Program recipients. So, Speedy, you ready to roll the AP video? It'll just be elevator music for a couple minutes. Okay, welcome back. Well, that was a cool video. Our next clinic is entitled Building the Bar Mills Maggie Tire Repair Shop. And our presenter is the Hub Division's Rail Fund Coordinator, an active member and a member of the Hub Board. He's earned himself 5 AP certificates so far. His passion is constructing scenery and buildings, and he's received several awards at the regional level. His philosophy is sharing his skills with others, and that's evidenced by several Rail Fund presentations that we've all enjoyed, regional clinics, articles, and YouTube videos. Everyone, please help me to welcome the one and only Andy Reynolds. Andy, go ahead.
Hi, how you doing?
Excellent, excellent. Looking forward to this.
All right. Well, I've got I have a PowerPoint presentation for people tonight. I don't want, or we all don't want people to get intimidated by the complexity of some of these great layouts that we've seen so far, and people may find that a little overwhelming. But then again, in my PowerPoint, you're going to find that even some of the people that were here tonight showing their presentations could learn something from some of my some of my show here. So let me start this off, and we'll get going. So basically, and I'll just read a little piece of this. You'll either be perfecting your skill set or learning craftsman kit building for the first time. This PowerPoint presentation will start by opening a basic bar mills building kit and discussing how to best get ready to build it, which in the long run will lead you to a better crafted structure. You'll see or be told how mistakes are made and how you can prevent them. So basically, I've got here, we've opened the box, and when you open the box, let me go backwards here. When you open the box, there's a piece of paper in it with some of the instructions, okay, and another piece of paper that shows some of Art Fahey's techniques on doing this kit plus others, similar to George Celios piece of paper inside of a kit that shows you how to sort of get some of the fancy footwork done on some of these models. So basically, in the kit, this is the instruction sheet. And like some YouTube videos, they'll just show you the picture and then try to explain the instructions. And from the many buildings that I built, I find that a little bit overwhelming because you kind of get lost. So I'm going to take line by line, and this one first starts by saying locate walls A, B, C, D on B16 and B16A. Well, that sounds a little confusing, but let's take it step by step. And you don't have to sort of shoot through this video because you think it's boring, because it's not going to be. Trust me, and it's not a long video. So basically, Art Fahey at Bar Mills gives you the recommended tools and a schematic of what you have in the kit. And it's these are all little templates that he has, and they correspond to the pieces in the kit. And like I said, right from the first instruction, it says locate walls A, B, C, D on B16 and 16A. So here are the pieces. And basically, there are just there's a little sort of like little spots on the bottom of these where you just cut with a razor blade, so these pieces snap right out. And that's pretty much what I did, was I just snapped them out. And then basically it says, I'm sorry about this, I don't know why I'm jumping. It says locate the 564 square strips and carefully glue a strip to both vertical edges, walls B and D. Let it overhang top and bottom of the walls. And they're suggesting that you use carpenter's glue. And basically that's what I've done. And as you can see, you're like sliding it right over the bottoms and the tops. And this piece of wood is slightly bigger than the other ones. Now, if you wanted to, and I didn't use it, but you could use a rough brush and start scrubbing the wood here to sort of rough it up a little bit, which is a nice effect. But I haven't done it on this kit, because basically I was going to just do a hands-on clinic on this in October. So now that I have a little bit more time, I can just go into a little bit more detail, and I can do a little bit more on this that I wouldn't be able to do in front of everybody. And you'll see what I mean as we go by. And what I used here was an old bottle of glue. And if you use an old bottle of carpenter's glue, a lot of people say, oh, you should buy like a 1 gallon jar of glue and you can use it for the rest of your life. But I say, no. Always buy a fresh bottle. I happen to sort of build this on a Saturday, just timing myself for the clinic that's going to happen in next September. So I just found some glue handy and I use it, and I kind of regret it, but I like to sort of do things and make a few mistakes so people can see what you do and how to correct things. Not too much you can do with old glue other than just rub it off the edge. I also find the old glue, it'll stick to your thumb, and then it'll sort of come off like a fingerprint and stick on your wood, and it becomes pretty messy. So, and then the other thing is, I think the white glue is slightly, it's thinner, not as strong as the carpenter glue, but I think it also washes off easier. So the other thing I do is make sure that I mark on every single piece of wood the letters that correspond to the instruction kit. And also look on the other side to make sure if it's up or down, because it's so important that you sort of mark every piece off. And after you mark it off, it'll just make building the model a little bit easier. So basically, in the notes, he's saying put it on, the instructions say put it on a sticky pad, and that works. I kind of like the sticky pad approach. I happen to like getting a piece of aluminum foil because I usually can't find any sticky pads, and I sort of wrap it up and sort of put my glue in the middle of it. Don't use a Q-tip because a Q-tip will get, especially with wood glue, it'll start getting all messy and the hairs will start going onto your model. I happen to like a paper clip because when I use a paper clip, I can sort of hold it with that last piece and sort of drop it onto my wood. The other thing you can use is a paintbrush, and a paintbrush works as well. And if you notice, I put everything on a piece of parchment paper. And the reason why I like parchment paper is, one, you can trace through it, and two, if you make a mess, it's not going onto your a cutting pad. Then on the instructions, it says, once dry, with the walls laying flat on your work surface, use a sharp hobby knife and trim the corner posts to length. Be careful to match and continue the roof angles on walls B and D. So this is when you start sort of fine tuning your walls, is getting your razor blade, and typically get that razor blade as far up as possible onto the flat edge before you sort of cut down, so you can get a nice smooth cut. And I've done it on both sides. And this is just looking at it straight up. You notice a nice pitch on the trim pieces. You might have to do a couple of passes to get it just as perfect as possible. Remember that the roof will overhang. So as it overhangs, it's not going to show so much, but you might want to sandpaper the top, because when you put that roof line on, you don't want to sort of have a lump sticking up where the post isn't far enough down. And this is just looking at it from the other side. And on the other side, you can see my B and D on these pieces. And I'm looking at the trim pieces that I put on the edges. I do notice that the piece on the left side could be sort of pushed back just, 1/64 of an inch, not much, but the other surfaces look nice. What I could do on the left-hand side is sand that down a little bit if I wanted to. It's not going to really show too much, but you might see something that looks imperfect, but by the time you're done with your model, you're going to hide that from people in many ways, and we'll sort of show you how we do that later. Then what I've done on this one is, I put bracing. It doesn't say it in the instructions to put in bracing, but I like to brace these pieces. So I'm bracing the opposite walls, and you've got to be careful when you're bracing that you don't brace two walls that touch each other. They've always got to be the opposite walls. And also, by putting the bracing in, it's going to prevent the warping, and it's going to give you a bigger surface to sort of stick that other wall together, because it's not that easy really to get two walls with just 1/16 of an inch thickness of wood to touch the other piece and have it stay perfectly straight. So you always want to put some bracing in this situation, just to sort of hold the walls together. That's my main reason here. There are other reasons, such as in a humid condition, the wood will start warping. Also, as I explained further in, that what does happen is if you put too much paint on something, and especially a very flimsy piece of wood, it's going to warp like nobody's business. So, but then again, what I've done here, the slide on the left, I put this piece of wood that's on the right. Well, the piece on the left, I just put it in on the right, and I just put it under one of my X-Acto boxes, and then clamped it down, because I want to sort of brace that, squeeze it, press it, dry it, and get it as straight as possible. Then, okay, Here, I happen to be, it says on the instructions, now squarely assemble the 4 wall components and let dry. Well, that's a nice instruction, okay? And if you're a novice, how are you going to sort of get your 4 walls together? You know, are you going to try to stick them all together? And God forbid you think in your head that when you stick them together, they're going to be nice and straight. But that is not the case. I found over doing hundreds of models that I can always make a mistake doing this. So my suggestion is to find yourself first a heavy piece of metal, okay, a square, or anything that you find around the house that you can sort of wedge your pieces of wood together to get a nice 90-degree angle. And in this case, I happen to be using some stockade tools made in Canada by Fast Tracks. And they're very heavy. They sort of work pretty well at sort of holding everything in place. And also, it's also important, and I highlight it here, make sure you glue wall A with D and B with C. I'll tell you, I don't know how many times I have seen people, including myself, put wall D with C, you know, and then at the end, I'm upset with myself because I thought I had it just as perfect as the original model, but I've got my windows on the wrong side or my door on the wrong side. So it's really important, and especially when you're picking something up and you're putting it upside down, your head gets disorientated. And when it does, you flip sides. And if it dries, you could be in trouble, you know, or you may just sort of pass it off and say, well, I'm kit bashing this product. And if you want to say you're kit bashing, nobody's the wiser that you've kit bashed and moved your walls around. Now, there are things that you can get on Micromark's catalog or at your hobby store to sort of clamp and make your 90-degree angles. And there are a number of pieces, and I've tried I've tried quite a few. I like them. They have their drawbacks sometimes. Sometimes you don't need them in a small model. Like this basically we're looking at a $20 bar mills kit. And they're not too big a piece. So I don't need these 90-degree angle clamps that you see here. Also, I find if you're all thumbs and you're trying to put things in and you're trying to get them nice and straight and square, yeah, they might give you a 90-degree angle, but they may not butt up properly. And this also happens no matter how hard you try. So as you can see here, all right, if you notice the bottom of where these two pieces butt together, okay, one side doesn't, even though I had a perfectly great 90-degree angle on this piece of wood, and I was paying attention to that, and this is what happens. You pay attention and you work hard and you're trying to get something done perfectly, and you're all happy because it's dried nice and straight, and then you take another look at it and you notice that on this situation, the corner trim piece is about 1/16 of an inch off the bottom. Okay, so the moral of the story is when you're building, before it's set completely, but you think it's tacky and sticky enough and you think it's just about ready to dry, go back, take a look at it and see if anything is moved, because especially with glues, and the carpenter's glue is thick and tacky, goes quickly together, sort of sets up quickly. The white glue, the Elmer's white glue, I find is a little bit slipperier, slides, moves around, and can be a problem. Sort of just getting those pieces to line up and stay lined up. So what you can do, again, is like I could bury that if I wanted to. I could bury that corner by just putting some grasses around here. But the problem is it's a compounded error because the top of the building is off too. You could sort of work it and keep it like that, but what I did here was, because it was really drying up quickly, I put my razor blade, I put the piece D down on the floor, on the mat, and slid my razor blade under it and wedged very carefully the walls apart. And I was just barely able to do that. So again, I've done it. AP, the structure and scenery guy, I'm sure you're going to do it. So, and then what I did next was I decided to sort of brace up along the roof, on that roof edge. Mainly, I just used some extra pieces of the template that I got from Barn Mills and just cut it and stuck it around it. And the reason being is that you want a nice surface on the top to sort of get your roof. Basically, there's a cardboard roof that's going to go on top of this, and you're going to glue it down. And while we're talking about glues, what I did on this, and I'll show you further on in it, I use super glue. And the reason why I use the super glue is because a roof has 1, 2, 3 angles, and it's one piece of cardboard. And if you've ever sort of cut a piece of, sort of try to mold 3 angles onto a building, they tend to sort of pop up on you. And you need a glue in this situation that's going to stick very quickly. Okay, but the other problem with the super glue is once you touch down on it, it's going to stay where it is. So that's the drawback. But the plus side is, yeah, it's going to hold it down in place. It's not going to pop up on you. Then, once you have both of your 2 sections of walls together, as you can see here, you're going to glue the superstructures together. So now, and just be careful where you put the glue, and be careful how you butt these up, because you can kind of flip them in the wrong positions. But if you're paying attention and you put your bracing on in the right places, because that's another important issue, is now you can put your glue in on your edges and sort of put them together. And what I've done in the past, I didn't do it on this building, but I take an elastic band and wrap it around my building. Now, the thing is, don't wrap that rubber band around a few times and have it too tight and crack your building, because that can be a mistake. You certainly don't want to do that. While we're on mistakes, I'll just let you know, one time I was making my Stuffy's Brewery, and I was all set making Stuffy's Brewery, and I'm squirting the glue on the roof, and there are metal shingles with well bond, and I couldn't squeeze the bubble, and I just squeezed as tight as I could, and the whole top popped off, and this glue splurted all over the place. So you got to be careful with any kind of glue, how quickly it dries, how well you keep your nozzles clean, and what the potential problems are with any glue that you use. So the next thing, as it says, and I'm, what's on black on the top, I'm just pulling that right off of the Barn Mills kit. It says, next, coat the walls with primer. So what I did was I just used a Rust-Oleum, again from Ace Hardware, and I'm spraying outside. And I mean, you can use a spray brush, but I just find just going this way easier. I don't have the cleaning issues with using an airbrush, and this seems to work. And while it said coat the walls, I said, well, while I'm coating the walls, I might as well coat everything else. So I did coat the metal pieces that he's given me, the windows, and the roof pieces. The other thing is I use a light spray of black on top of the roof pieces. Obviously, I use the black on the tires. What I sometimes do is spray multiple colors on my roofing. And then when I'm done with it, I'll show you further on how I sort of alternate where they are to sort of give a better textured approach to the roof. So here it is. I'm using, in this situation, I'm using Model Masters. Everybody's saying Polyscale folk wall, which obviously we know no longer exists. Granted, Model Master has come up with some great paints. I picked these up at my local hobby shop. And I've used this Depot Buff flat for the windows. What I am going to do is input a piece of plastic, clear plastic, which comes with a kit on top of it. You can use something from AC Moore that you can paint over to sort of create a window effect. A window glass. It's a wet window glass. And you can roll it with your brush and roll it right over the pieces of the windows and get it to sort of coat the glasses. And if the nice thing is about it too is you can pop one and it looks like a broken window. And it will dry within a couple of days. I found that AC Moore's Sculpted Glass works, Micromart has a product, and Weld-Bond can do the very same thing. If you take some Weld-Bond and sort of just run it over the edges with your paintbrush and capture it just like you're blowing bubbles, you know, as you're putting something in and blowing a bubble, and you have it over the surfaces. You have it over the surfaces, it dries hard, it looks really nice. And it's easier than putting the plastic in. And also I'm using some craft paints. It gets a bit messy to sort of mix it all up in this situation. And then Bar Mill says they use Polyscale Suline Red, although any other color will work. And don't overpaint. As I said, the walls can warp if they get overly saturated. Then basically, as you can see, what I've done here, I've got my spray paint on, and then I'm starting to just sort of dry brush on some other colors of gray. And a lot of times when you're building something, you say to yourself, well, this looks awful messy, I hate it. And sometimes when you hate something, at the end, you find out that you really like it. Now, I just happened to use some Sherwin-Williams paint. I had it custom made for me because, believe it or not, it kind of looks very much like Ocean Spray Cranberry stock car. And I had color matched that. And that's what I'm using on this building. I'm going to use it on some stock cars. Here, you can see I've just sort of dry brushed the paint onto the gray and so basically when you dry brush, you just put the paint on a piece of cardboard and you keep on rubbing it until there's hardly any paint left on at all. And you want to make sure there's hardly anything left on it. And then you brush the strokes over your wood. Don't do the whole thing, do a little bit here and there, change the color a little bit and go back at it. And this is just another look as I'm sort of dry brushing the front. It's like, I hate this, it looks terrible. Yeah, it looks terrible, you know, but we'll see what happens as we go along. Next thing, I'm putting on the roof panels. And as you can see, this piece of roofing goes this way. I put a slice in it, goes down, put another slice in it, and goes that way. So basically, I'm taking the strips, and as you can see, I'm taking them from various places and putting them side by side. So I can get a different contrast on the roofing. It'll look, on this one here, the next one, you can see how I do have the roofing on, and you can see the contrast. And as you can see now, that building is looking pretty much like Art Fahey's. Granted, I'm using a different color, the Depot Buff, where he's been using a white. Again, it's my choice. I did notice at this point that he had an outhouse. And I did notice in my instructions that I didn't have one. So I called him, and within 2 days, I had the outhouse. And that's why at the beginning when I said, always take a look at the parts and make sure you have everything. look at this, another mistake by me. I thought I had something, I didn't have it, but Art Fahey was great at getting it for me. Better than some guys that I know out there. Also, I'm using white glue here too. And I'm using the white glue basically around the windows. And the reason why I'm using the white glue around the windows is because I find once I've got it in, if I do smudge any glue out, I can use my paintbrush, which is over here with a little water on, and wash it off and clean it up. So that's a good little tip. And then what Art says, Bar Mills says, you know, to sort of get your signs to look a little bit more weathered, you sort of run some lines through it with a hobby knife. I just used a blunt knife and ran some lines through it, sanded it down with some very light sandpaper, and later on I'm going to use an alcohol and India mix to sort of wash it down a little bit more. And then what I should do, and I haven't done it, is use some antique white, and I would dry brush that over the whole model, and then I would chalk it to just get some more weathering effects on it. Here on my roof, if anybody's seen my Stuffy's Brewery, the signs are off. And why are the signs off? It's one of the first ones I did. And it's flimsy wood, and it breaks when you move things around. As we've already had jokes tonight about models vibrating in cars. This is what happens, things fall off. So basically, I am, in this situation, just drill the hole right in the very corner of my model so I can put a piece of wood all the way down to the floor. And here is my sign that I've used. I've added a couple more pieces of bracing. I'm using thicker wood than what was in the Bar Mills kit because this is going to move around. I've had too many things break, and this is how I'm going to get it to stay in place. What I did was I mixed here some Wellbond and some black paint together. And when I mixed them together, I was able to sort of stick them on and get the sign in, as you can see on this piece here. So that's going to stay in. It's not going to move. It's not going to break. So that's it. Or is it? This is a $20 kit, and I always like to elevate my product. So first thing I did was I took a drill, drilled a couple of holes through for lighting, okay, of this 8 by 8 inch piece of 1/2 inch plywood. I'm not going to put in electrical now, but this is the time to do it before you put it together. You won't want to do it later. And then basically I took some grout. I used some grout, and I'm using that for my floor. I did that also on my Wisconsin dairy farm, which I won an award in Newport for. So basically, you just want to slather it on your piece of plywood. It's okay if it goes in the holes. You can drill it out later. And then I set my building on it, and as you can see, it sticks in the mud. And don't worry at this point, because it's very wet and sloppy. Don't worry that it might be in a place where you don't want it. Because basically what you can do later is, as I've done here, I patted it down with my finger as it dried out on this side. And in the front, I'd scratch it out under the door. So you can still play with it. And it looks like real dirt. Also, I've used some, you can see some alcohol stain in this. That's also coloring up the model. I put in window shades. I used some paper, some printer paper. I painted it, but it was very flimsy and it kind of flopped out of the way. So what I usually use is a manila folder, a cardstock, and paint on that and then glue it on. So is that it? Well, let's make some trees. I'm going to put some trees in, not like Jeff's, but hey, for $4.50, I could get some wire from my Ace Hardware store, and I can make 10 trees out of it, 20 gauge. Took the wire, flipped it around put a pencil in the bottom, wrapped it with vice grips, and sort of pulled it together. Spray painted it with some primer. Now, I could have used, on the left-hand side, it's just stuff in my yard. There's so many things in your yard. You can always use something in your yard. I have used these things like the super trees on my modules, but if you look at them today, they're all broken because over time they sort of break and fall apart. In this situation on this one, I used some grout. This was a birch color grout, and I sort of ran it over the tree. What I didn't do on this one was sort of make my root structure here, which I should have done before I grouted it. This is how this one's taking shape. On this, I tried a few things. I've used a mold release on the left-hand side to sort of paint my tree, but it's a very shiny material, and when you paint it, it can come off if you sort of rub it around. This one isn't a rubber latex, but I've used the Woodland Scenics rubber latex, but the only drawback on that is you got to paint it afterwards because it looks white. Now, I've taken my trees and I've used this green powder, green fluff, which basically my wife was sewing out a black pillow, and inside of it had this green fluffy stuff. So I pulled it out. You can also get it at Joann Fabrics. And I stuffed it in the tree and sprayed it with some 3M spray adhesive that, again, I got from Joann, from Ace Hardware. Sprayed it on, stuck everything on. Now, for autumn trees, I use the Woodland Scenics early fall and late fall. And here they are on the model. All right. I just wanted to put them on first, bend the branches around a little bit before I place them in for good. Here it is. I've got my Woodland Scenics stuff on the tree. I've used some static grass. I think it's basically a mix of knock and maybe Woodland Scenics. Put that in place. I put this in my neighbor's yard because he had a nice red tree in the background. Basically, I did take a picture without anything there. So later on, if I wanted to make a backdrop and stick it on with what was there, I could do that. So here it is, looking at it, and it looks pretty much done. Now I'm gone back to the yard the next day, taking a picture at sunset, a different shadow effect on it. But then basically what I did after that is I just added some more scenery. I've got a dog on the ground. I've got a guy with a tire. I've got this oil can. I've got this gas pump. I got a Ford Model T. And if you look up here, and I got in more than one place, I do have blackbirds in the tree. There's one here on the top right-hand corner, and there's another one further over. And on the other side of the building, I've got a deer, and he's looking at a barrel of apples. And also, you can see the wheels up on that side of the building. And I've sort of added some more textures to the dirt. And that's it. And this is the end of the video. So, or the PowerPoint. This is what you can do with a $20 kit. I'm thinking now I want to get a lot of $20 kits and stick them together. You don't have to spend $300 for a kit to make a beautiful scene. So I'm now convinced I'm going to take as many tiny little kits that I can find and enhance them by some of these techniques. So that's
Andy,
it.
This looks great, man. It looks great. I got a bunch of questions for you. Ready?
Okay.
How many of these kits have you built? Or how many kits in total have you built?
Well, the bar mills, probably just about 4 or 5, but I've done a lot of George Celios's fine scale miniature before that. That's really where I started. And then because I was going for my prototype and structures, I ended up doing an awful lot of scratch building.
Yeah.
So that's consumed a lot of my time there. But I do love making models.
Are there other kit makers that you might recommend for somebody, particularly like beginners or intermediates?
There's just so many kits there. But you know what? I really like art stuff at bar mills. George Celios, as we know, is out of business. So, but then again, if you want to get one of George's kits, and I strongly recommend getting one of those. I mean, they're great. He's got super instructions in his that you can always get them on eBay.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other people out there. If you're looking at experienced kits like South River and just take a look under fine scale miniature FSM kits, and they will be under that site a number of ones that are no longer being produced.
Right.
Scale is another one that comes to mind.
What advice would you give someone who is getting ready to build their very first wood kit? Anything special?
Their first wood kit?
Yeah.
Well, I would say come to my clinic when we have it in September, and you can build this.
You mean next year's?
I built it all the way up to that mud base on that Saturday morning.
Okay.
But Yeah, just grab a small kit, learn, go back to this YouTube, take a look at what I did, give me a call, email me, whatever. If you have some issues, I'll give you a hand. But there's a lot into building, and it's simple if you just follow the instructions and get a little advice from a little YouTube from the NER-NMRA conference.
Do you have a YouTube channel then that people can go to?
I don't. I mean, my other one that I have out there that's had 10,000 hits or so is River Plate Station.
Okay.
River Plate Station, which is basically George Celios's Brownview Depot that I sort of built with an Argentinian flair to it.
So people can find that on YouTube at River Plate.
River Plate Station.
Okay.
Super. Or Andy Reynolds or Fine Scale Manager. I've got a lot of buzzwords to sort of bring there.
Do you need a lot? Forgive me if these are kind of basic questions, but I'm sort of a beginner myself. Do you need any particular sort of tools to build wood? I built with plastic, but not anything in wood yet.
Well, basically, the main thing I suggest is go to your Home Depot and get a whole, 9-inch tray of sharp razor blades, and they'll last you for 5 or 10 years. But the key is always have a sharp blade. Now, you can use the X-Acto knives. Nothing wrong with the X-Acto knives. I use X-Acto knives. I use just about everything. But I think my go-to is a sharp razor blade.
Are there any kits that you've built before that weren't any fun? Is there something that makes a kit kind of, too hard or too, I don't know.
I don't think so. I think if you take your time, read the instructions, okay, and if you don't know, and this is why you are in the NMRA, as a mentor type of program that we have, there are always people that can sort of help you out. Yeah. And that's what I found so interesting within the hobby, is that there's always people. I pretty much learned this myself. I just happen to have an artistic flair, and that sort of runs in the family. But if it's electrical, I ask Jerry Cavino. If it's making fast tracks, maybe it would be Ken Beverlaric or somebody else. I mean, there's people within the club, or Eric Whitney on electrical. I mean, we have so many sources here to sort of go to.
A lot of people around. Yeah, absolutely. And now
I find that people are very willing to sort of go over to people's houses and help. I've helped some new people just recently, in helping them make a module, And also I found, because I'm not going to use a certain era anymore because I'm going diesel era to steam engine, that maybe there's some stuff I have in my inventory that when I was younger, I thought I might want, but hey, why not give it to a new modeler that's coming into the business and start them off? Because we know these things can cost you $50 a piece for a box car or something. So help somebody out if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think, it's something I've wondered, because again, I built a lot of sort of plastic kits. If you mix plastic kits and wood kits in a scene together, structures, does that work, or do they look kind of different?
I think you can always sort of meld things together. I mean, that's pretty much a scratch building idea. You can do that. Sometimes from mistakes, you can find something that's absolutely superb and nobody else has it. So, why not? Then again, it's what glues that you use. It's important to figure out what kind of glue is going to work with one thing versus another. Gluing plastics together, you're using certainly a different sort of a compound than you are when you're using pieces of wood.
Right, okay. Right. Have you ever made a really expensive mistake?
Could be, but then again, like anything, if you make a mistake on the side where two buildings butt together, just stick a whole bunch of grass along the edge and say it's vines going up. There's so many ways to sort of hide your mistakes, or put a tree in front. Get one of Jeff Giroux's trees and put it there. Like I said, I like my metal trees because so many of mine are broken over time and they're cheaper. I can do them for $1 a piece.
Yeah.
Or maybe 50 cents a piece.
Yeah, they look great. I find that as somebody who hasn't built a lot of things, I often have questions that represent lots of people in the hobby who are a little bit scared to start. And those of you who have been around and have done a lot of modeling and building, it seems like the advice often is just jump in and build something. And if you make a mistake, you
Nobody
you
knows.
just recover, right?
You know you've made it, but nobody else is going to see it.
Yeah.
And direct their attention somewhere else if you've made a mistake. Who cares if it is a mistake? And then again, you look at it later and say, oh, yeah, that was one of my first kits. Look at what a lousy job I did, but look how I've improved. You know, maybe 5 years later, build the same kit and say, and I'm planning on doing this with this kit. I'm going to do another one. I have another one, and I have some other ideas on how to do the very same kit.
Yeah.
More of a scratch building, fine-tuning of this. I have other ideas, like the roof at this point is used with cardboard. I like to make my roofs out of wood, you know. I like to pin things in wood. I would, but I'm not going to give away all of my ideas on what I do on this video.
We got to keep coming back. Huh?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
What's next for you in the hobby? What's your next thing to accomplish?
My MMR, I need my rolling stock, and I need civil engineering. And with all the modules I have upstairs, I pretty much have the civil done. And I've been playing around, as I did mention. I'm going to make some ocean spray cranberry cars, which I was talking about doing way back with Mike a couple of years ago. So I just haven't got around to it. I mean, a lot of it you haven't got around to it, but yeah. I'll do my rolling stock, okay, and I'll get my civil paperwork together. I'll be an MMR, hopefully.
Then we'll have to treat you with some respect. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for sharing with us tonight. This was great. I'm sure this would have been fun to see in person too. But we'll make sure to check in with you next September with Mill City.
So great, thanks. Yeah, so next September I'll do this. People are interested. They have some more questions. Come on in. We'll build one. We won't get to the final phase, but you'll have an idea how to finish it off at home, unless we do it in 2 nights at the convention.
Very good. Well, thank you so much, Andy.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Bye now. Oh, that's great stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep the fun going here. It's our second home layout tour visit. This time we're going to be traveling way out west to the Rochester, New York area. The freelanced Danby, Ludlow, and Springfield Railroad serves as a bridge line across southern Vermont. It's located in the same area that was served by the Bellow Falls subdivision of the Rutland Railroad. The DL&S provides a connection between eastern New England and upstate New York and the Midwest beyond, and it also serves the Vermont marble industry and local agriculture and other business. The period modeled is 1954, with motive power provided by steam and first-generation diesels. Control is wireless NCE. While modest in size, this layout is designed for operations, with a single-track main line serving several towns, a compact yard, and hidden staging. A variety of trains, including local switching, through freights, and passenger service, are run during each session. Okay, it's all aboard now for Ned Spiller's Danby, Ludlow, and Springfield. Let's roll the video.
Hi, I'm Ned Spiller. Welcome to the Danby, Ludlow, and Springfield Railroad. The DL&S is a fictitious railroad located in Vermont in 1954. It's freelanced, but since it's located in the area that was served by the Rutland Railroad's Bellows Falls subdivision, it's influenced by the Rutland and the Boston and Maine. I chose the name and location while I still lived on Long Island in the late 1960s. In 1970, I moved to Vermont to work for an independent phone company as a switchman, where I maintained the central offices in 8 towns. One of them was Danby, and Springfield was our state headquarters. The towns on my layout are all named after real towns, although I've rearranged the geography. I haven't tried to model specific locations, but some of the industries are named after real ones, and some of the structures are based on real ones in the area. Working in the phone business, first as a switchman and later in the engineering department, I was able to get some of the old equipment and cables as we modernized our offices. The layout uses 48-volt relays for switch machines, some from the Danby Central Office. I used a power supply that came from the Howard Johnson's Motel in Springfield when we converted them to a dial system. The layout is compact, so I typically run 8-car trains and mostly 40-foot freight cars and 60-foot passenger cars. Springfield is the largest town on the layout. It has a small business district, a compact classification yard, and an engine terminal. The engine terminal has facilities to service steam or diesel locomotives. The turntable and roundhouse are scratch-built. The coal tower is scratch-built based on the tower in the B&M's North Walpole Yard, the original site of Steamtown. The track plan is basically a loop-to-loop with 3 tracks at the west loop. The 2 loops are connected with additional staging tracks, so stage trains can run in a circle either east or west. This panel shows the hidden tracks. The lights indicate where trains are parked. There's also a branch line to the quarry and the calcite mine, and a stub-ended line to the South Rutland Industrial District. The ball signal is a model of the signal shared by the Rutland and B&M in Bellows Falls, Vermont. It was in service until the Rutland shut down in 1963, so it's correct for the period I model. While it's called a ball signal, it actually used cylinders in the day and lanterns at night. Like the real one, my model can show from 0 to 3 balls. Here I have a situation with the lower track on an inside corner. This can be hard to scenic. I already have too many tunnels for Vermont, so I thought I'd try double decking this area. The platform above is made like a hollow core door, and it's even removable. The space here is only 7 inches high, but I think it works well. I didn't want to block the view of the train, so I decided to model a hayfield. The scene is based on childhood memories of my uncle's farm, not far from here. This layout has been moved twice. I originally built it when I lived in Atlanta between 1986 and 97. I designed it to be transportable and kept it relatively small, 10 by 20 feet. It was built in 6 sections using open grid benchwork. The largest sections were 8 foot by 30 inches. The wiring for each section and the master control panel was done with 50 pair plug-ended cables. I had all the track work done and about half the scenery when the layout was on tour for the 1995 NMRA National Convention. In 1997, I transferred to Dallas. I crated up each section using plywood. The open grid frame became the base. The layout spent 6 months in the crawl space under a friend's house in Atlanta, then 2 years in a friend's garage in Dallas before I bought a house with space for it. It was open for a couple of regional conventions and local shows there. The layout was almost complete when we decided to move to Hammondsport, New York in 2006. Our house here had an unfinished basement garage big enough for the layout. The layout got stored in there our first winter here, then spent its second winter in a shed while I converted the space to my train room. I converted the layout to DCC while I was able to set the sections on their back and work standing up. I was able to expand the layout by splicing in a 15-foot section, which gave me about 45 feet of additional main line and an additional town with the passing siding and industries. I built individual control panels to replace the one large panel and redid all the electronics for the layout. Between building the train room and getting the layout back together, it took about 3 years before I could start operations. The South Rutland Industrial District is the newest addition to the layout. As I got more people wanting to operate, I needed more for them to do, and I had all this wasted space in the middle of the room. I tell people this is the most expensive part of the layout because I had to buy my wife Carolyn a new kitchen so I could have the old cabinets for a base. They provide much needed storage. The table is a 32-inch hollow core door plus another section made like a hollow core door. The whole thing is covered with Homosote. On this section, I use Pico turnouts, all hand-thrown. Most of the structures are either scratch-built or kit-bashed to fit the space. There are still a few temporary placeholders. On the older part of the layout, most of the industries are named after real businesses in Vermont. On the new section, most of the industries are named after grandchildren or great-grandchildren. This is a popular job for my operators who like switching. It can keep a couple of guys entertained for an hour and a half or two.
All right, we're back here, and it's on to clinic number 4. It's entitled Modeling and Operating a Pre-World War II Railroad Grade Crossing Signal. Our clinician tonight is a retired electrical engineer who, after graduating from Hofstra University, worked for 10 years on both military and commercial projects. He and his wife, Jean, then formed Perry Peripherals Limited to sell and service microcomputers for small businesses and schools. He joined the NMRA and the Sunrise Trail Division, where he has served as secretary, vice president, and now for nearly 20 years, treasurer. He was also an NER region director and assistant chairman for one of our regional conventions. Over the years, he's presented a number of clinics, both at the division and region level. The Wigwag project featured here is an example of another aspect of modeling that he really enjoys, namely building unusual items. He's been working on this project on and off now for a couple of years. Let's welcome him here. It's Mr. Steve Perry. Go, Steve.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's a pleasure being here with you tonight. And yes, it is true. I've been working on this Wigwag project on and off for about 3 years, and almost constantly for the last year, resolving a number of problems, mainly how to activate the banner without it being obvious. Several years ago, I was looking through some old model railroaders of mine, looking for some inspiration for another structure project, as I wanted to eventually earn my structure certificate, even though I already am a master model railroader. An article by Woody Langley caught my eye. It was a cover photo of Model Railroader on April 1992. And he had about 6 pages of drawings, photos, and text on how he built his Wigwag. And here we see the introductory page. I liked what he did. I was very seriously considering how I was going to build one like Langley's, using his plans and the write-ups in the magazine, but it had a couple of problems that bothered me a little bit. Number one was his method of moving the banner was very obvious. He had a push rod that ran up, that was L-shaped, that ran up the mast, and then connected to another rod connected to the banner shaft, and it worked. It was a very clever solution to the problem at that time. But as I said, I felt it was very obvious. You could actually see what was moving that banner. It wasn't in that mechanism case at the end of the bracket. Also, he used a Fairhaber gear motor. I had no idea where I was going to obtain one. And his third problem was that, which I'll get to a little bit later, was he used a number of materials that I could no longer obtain, or had no idea where I would obtain them. Incidentally, his model seems to be very similar to Magnetic Signal Model 3. So in the process of my pursuing this project, I did a lot of research on the internet, and there's a great deal of information on the internet about Wigwags. All you have to do is Google Wigwags, Wigwag railroad crossing signals, something like that, or go to look for Dan's Wigwag site, which is on TrainWeb. I am going to put out a handout on the Sunrise Trails website in a few days. It will have some references in it. I think I have 2 slides of references in this that is at the end of my first half of this presentation, which is the history of wigwags. But I'm kind of getting off the subject there. I will say this: it's an interesting subject to pursue. There's a lot of history, and I hopefully that I can give this one and the first part of this presentation at the next fall at the convention. By the way, guys, are you seeing my? You're not seeing my face, are you? Well, do you want to see my ugly mug or just the slides?
It's just the slides, Steve.
Okay. So I had basically 2 goals. And that was to make a working HO scale model of the magnetic signal Model 3 Wigwag, and to be as prototypically accurate as possible, to not only catch the style and the shapes, but also to have it operate as prototypically accurate as possible. The first problem that we overcame was getting rid of the push rods. This is a page from from Langley's article. It shows in some detail how his mechanism worked. It was an L-shaped rod that went into the mast. You had to cut a slot in the side of the mast to allow the this horizontal piece to move up and down. In moving up and down, it pulled the other part of the banner down and moved the banner left or up, and it would move the banner right. So I wanted to find a simpler method that was not so obvious. And also, I replaced, instead of having the gear head motor that Langley used, I had some experience with using servos controlled by an Arduino microcontroller, and I had used that for my crossing signals and gates on my my railroad, my Wheelie, Beckley, and Bluefield railroad. So, as I said, some of the materials that Langley used were no longer available. Special Shapes was out of business. The company that he used for some of the brass parts was out of business. Langley is a very, very good modeler. He's it's clear from the article, but some of the pieces that he made, as I said, he's very skillful. They were beyond me, so I had to settle for a simpler solution. So the first thing that I had to do was, working from drawings that I got off the internet, mainly from Dan's train site. I had drawings out of their catalogs, the catalogs from Magnetic Signal Company. And they were generally general arrangement drawings. They had a few dimensions, but not too many. It wasn't a blueprint by any means. So I had to come up with a way of determining the sizes of the various parts that I was going to make. One option, of course, was to resize the drawing to a known scale. Usually in the past, I've resized it to O scale, and then I can use a scale rule to pull the numbers off. I opted this time instead to use proportions to find the dimensions because ultimately I was going to use a spreadsheet. And I did try that at one point, but it was taking too much time and decided to go back to that later. The spreadsheet, that is. So in using proportions, we have 4 quantities. We have the unknown dimension. We have the size, the measured length or width of the unknown dimension of the item that we're looking for the dimension for. We have a reference dimension that we managed to get off the drawing, and we have the size of that reference dimension. So we got the unknown, we got the size of the unknown, we got a reference, and we've got the size of the reference. So we're going to calculate some dimensions, actually just one, for the cantilever and brace for this Wigwag, and this came from the Magnetic Signal Company's plate number 1731. Again, that you can find that probably on Dan's Wigwag site. So here we have the drawing. I apologize for the background, but what I have done is I've marked some items here in green. What we're going to be interested in here tonight is dimension A, which is the length of one of the angle irons from that point over here to the edge of the clamp. Now we have also on this same bar, we have a reference dimension that's labeled H reference. And I usually use a horizontal reference and a vertical reference. So if there's any variations in scale or anything like that, I can usually compensate for it by using the appropriate reference. But this reference here, H reference, is labeled as being 36 inches long. And so I took a rule and I measured this distance from this point right here to the center of the mast, which is the other end. Okay. So now we'll use proportions. So here's our horizontal reference. The dimension is given as 36 inches. I measured its length as 3 3/4 inches. We won't be using the vertical reference, but I did include that in case I did. Now here's the equation. Our unknown, which is the length of the cantilever, represented by the letter A. Could be any letter you want to use. In algebra, we very often use X. And the length of A is measured at 4.625 inches. The reference we just saw was 36, and its measured length was 3.75, 3 3/4. So when we do a little transposing, turn the crank, and we get an answer out here of 44.4 inches. 36 divided by 3.75 multiplied by 4.625 is one way of looking at it. Now I would probably keep things simple. I would probably round that 44.4 up to something like 45 inches. It's not going to make any difference in the model. And as long as you adjust your other pieces accordingly to make everything fit, why, all is well. So I broke the project down into 9 parts, making the mast and the cantilever, making the mechanism case. That's the motor box that that has a shaft protruding from it that the banner staff and banner is connected to. The banner staff, the crank and axle and actuating wire was another part of the project, making the banner itself and making a bracket to mount the servo under the layout. We also had some details we were going to add, and then there's the painting, decaling, weathering, and last but not least, a sketch for the Arduino. They call them sketches. They're just programs, language, something like C. Okay, mast and cantilever was made. Mast was made out of 1/16 brass tube. Cantilever and brace, 132 by angle. Actually, in the prototype, the brace is a smaller angle, but I wasn't about to be filing down 132 by angles to make the brace, so I kept everything the same. There's lacing across the brace. The diagram we saw earlier. Let's go back just a second. This diagram here has lacing for both the brace and the cantilever. I did not provide lacing for the brace, just for the cantilever. So the lacing for and conduit supports and the mast clamp were all made out of 132 stock in various thicknesses. There's our diagram again. Here we have the completed mast and the cantilever or bracket. I believe that's what MSC called them, the bracket, and the mast support right here. And something else that we'll talk about a little bit later is the conduit. Here's a worksheet that I created to kind of help me keep track of everything. Includes all the dimensions that I had derived and a sketch of what the mast and cantilever would look like. By the way, even though this cantilever was in the calculations was 44 inches, mine is actually 7 feet, because the 44-inch cantilever was for a Santa Fe style wigwag. Here is how I assembled the brace and the cross arm or the cantilever. We have the angle stock, the mast clamp. Over here, we have the brace. We have another mast clamp, but it's filed at an angle. So the hole, instead of being round, is oval shaped. And here we have the pieces soldered together. Here we've have soldered one piece and we're getting ready to solder the second. Notice that I use railroad spikes, scale spikes, to hold my pieces in place while I'm soldering. This is all laid out on a 10 by 10 piece of graph paper that's pasted to a piece of ceiling tile, and all my dimensions are marked for reference. This makes this so much easier to put these things together. I did not use a resistance soldering system to build this, although I do have one in available. It just was easier for me to solder the pieces together, and if I had to stop the heat from migrating, I use wet cotton balls. Okay, if the mechanism case was a little bit of a challenge. It's made up of 3 pieces of 156 wide styrene with pieces that are 10 thousandths, 60 thousandths, and 125 thousandths. They're stacked together in the diagram that I'll show you next. Stacked together, glued together with goo. All the holes that were necessary that I had to drill, the hole for the banner axle and the hole for the locating pin, were all drilled before I started shaping the styrene into the final size and shape that I needed. The scale prototype sizes. Here we have a 3-view drawing of the mechanism case. Down here shows the 3 pieces, a 60 thousandths, 125 thousandths, and a 10 thousandths pieces of styrene. I glued a pretty good sized chunk of these pieces together, and then when I was all done shaping and drilling, and I cut off the piece I wanted to save. That gave me a handle to work with. I did make a few changes as I went along. Excuse me. This hole here, access hole for the and the shown offset here, I moved it to the center later on. The MSC case had a slightly rounded top with a little overhang that was made out of a piece of 3,000 shim brass. And I found by measurement on the drawing that the radius of that curvature was 44.4 inches, which translated down to about 5/32. So I bent a piece over a similarly sized, probably a drill bit, and then this gap here is filled in with a little plastic putty. Here is not very good drawing, a picture of the mechanism case. It is really tiny, guys. I mean, we're talking about, you can see how it compares to the size of a quarter. But here we can see the banner shaft staff here, the actuating lever here, and the actuating wire connected to it. There's a loop in here, which is left open until I slip the wire loop over, and then I close the loop up. Here's a closer to the final drawing of the base of the mechanism case. This is the piece that's 60 thousandths thick. One minor change was I had 2 holes here at the front, and then I replaced these 2 holes with one here at the back. This shows the bottom of the mechanism case. Here is part of the top of the mechanism case. Here again, you see, compared to the size of a dime, how small these pieces are. Those are 18 thousandths holes, and I force 20 thousandths brass wire into it for alignment pegs. We see here where we drilled in right at the seam between the two pieces, a groove for the axle shaft bearing, which is a piece of 24 thousandths stainless steel tubing. And again, we have the access hole for the shaft. And later on, I found that in order to make it easier to assemble everything, I cut a slot on this side that I can slide, so I can slide everything together, and I'll show you that in a little bit later here. Okay, the banner staff actual actuating lever is one piece of 19 thousandths brass wire formed into a square U. The long leg is the banner staff. The short leg is bent into a loop to become the actuating lever. I tried different things for the actuating wire. Finally settled on 8 thousandths diameter guitar string, courtesy of my friend across the street who's a musician. I formed a loop at one end by wrapping around a 22 thousandths drill bit and putting a couple of twists into it. That slips over the into the loop that I showed you before of the yeah, I can't find it now, of the actuating lever.
Hey, Steve, just John, just breaking in for, sorry, quick 10 minute warning here.
10-minute warning?
Yeah.
I think we can make it.
All right, man.
Okay. These wigwags had electrical conduit that normally ran from the top of the on the mast parallel to the bracket. That wasn't possible with using this wire, so I brought the conduit up, hung from the bottom of the cantilever brace, and it's held in place with a couple of 1/32 inch straps. And the actuating wire routes through the conduit and down the mast, and is clamped to a servo arm at the bottom. Now we'll see that a little bit later. Here we see a very poor picture. I'm sorry about that, but we see here the banner staff again, the axle and the bearing and the actuating lever, the conduit, and the guitar string wire. Here we see again the conduit. It goes into it. It doesn't go into the mast. Later we'll see a better picture. I made shaped a piece of styrene to look like a junction box, so the conduit slides into that. I didn't want the conduit going into the mast because that makes it too tight a bend for the wire. Langley suggested punching out a 1/4 inch disc from 3000 shim brass. I did the same thing. I drilled a 3/32 hole in the center for the warning lamp. Here's a couple of samples here. There's a finished banner, a finished trial banner anyway. And the warning lamp is made of a 3/32 brass tube soldered to the hole in the disc, and then I have 063 MV lenses glued into the tube with glue. Next time I'll use canopy glue. There are other alternatives for making the lenses. You can use canopy glue mixed with Tamiya clear red or stoplight red, and put that in the ends of the tube, like we use white glue or Sobo glue to make glazing for our windows. Another alternative is to use a lead. I won't talk about that now. That's a project in the works, and hopefully it'll be ready to be shown next fall. I downloaded a scanning of the banner pattern, reduced it to HO scale, and printed on white background decal paper. However, that did not work out too well. This is the master. It did not work out too well. So as we'll see in a moment, I painted the banner red and added the word stop with rub-on letters. Here we see the various pieces kind of going together. The banner, the wire, mech case, the base of the mech case. And down here is a battery relay box that a friend of mine and fellow Sunrise Trail master modeler, John Faraka, who's a genius with AutoCAD and 3D renderings. I gave him a drawing from the MSC catalog of the battery case, and he produced the program that I had printed on at the library to make the battery case. We did about 4 iterations until we got it fine-tuned, but he did a great job. Thank you, John. I'm not going to talk about the servo mounting bracket for a couple of reasons, time constraints, and also each layout is going to have a different mounting situation. But real quick, this is what it looks like. Some of the details that we added, I did not add the crossbucks and the number of track signs to this model, perhaps later. I am going to use the auto order sign. Some railroads use these to indicate that there was a mechanical failure or electrical failure with the wigwag, and would drop a sign that says out of order. I'm going to use the shielding that they used like this to hide the motion of the activating lever and the wire, what little you can see of it. Another detail that I did make was a finial, and I made that out of a round-headed brass pin. The banner staff motor clamp was too small to make. And here we have the model. This is the some of the early wigwags before 1933 were painted red with the stop on it. Some also had railroad on the top. But here it is. The bell sound is provided by a bell board, a circuit sound board from engineering out in Battleground, Washington. Speaker is in a film canister. And here we go. Here you can see the mech case. On the back of the mech case is a gong. You can't see it. It's just another detail. There are some adjustment problems we've been having with this. With this, I have to come up with a better way of adjusting the banner so that when it stops, it's centered straight up and down. But thank you for your kind attention, gentlemen and ladies. I will be putting up a handout on the Sunrise Trail website. That's at I think there's a link on the NER website, but the URL is www.sunrisetraildiv.com. have yourself a good evening, and this was a great experience.
Thank you so much, Steve. I must tell you, I got a little bit lost in some of the details, but I could totally get it at the end and seeing that little demonstration and seeing it all put together. That's just really, really cool. So thank you so much.
Well, you're very welcome, John. And the handout is going to have some of those drawings that I pass along if you want to try a hand at it. But it's not a job that you can rush. But I think you will come away very satisfied with it. It's tedious, but it's satisfying when you see the thing in action.
That was really, really cool. I'm sure there'll be some people on the line that are going to want to take their hand at building that. So thank you very much again, Steve, and good night. Remember, they said you'll have to log out of Werribee here to release the screen back to the technical guys.
Okay, let's see how we do that.
We'll see you soon. Just close that Werribee out.
Now, where is Webby?
All right, so very nice. It's on to our final stop for the evening. It's our last layout tour visit of the day, but don't miss the lineup tomorrow night through Friday. Each night here, the NERx team will have a lot more to show and share. Okay, so this is the Western Adirondack Railroad Modelers offered by our friend Ed Olszewski of the Central New York Division. The Western Adirondack Railroad Modelers layout is 12 by 28 feet with Benson Mines at one end and Wanakina at the other. The club also owns a smaller portable layout for train shows and other events. This layout depicts the lumber, mining, and paper industries that sprang up along the northern New York area at the beginning of the 20th century. All of the buildings on the pike here are scratch-built from photos provided by the Wanakina Historical Society or from local residents. Let's take a peek now at the Western Adirondack Railroad Modelers layout.
I'm Bob Verkiles, superintendent of the Central New York Division, and today we're in Star Lake, New York, visiting the Western Adirondack Model Railroaders. This is a group of just 4 guys. They've been together about 6 years, and they're building a model railroad to depict an early 20th century line from Wanakena on Cranberry Lake to the Benson Mines. Come join us on a tour. My name is Ted Tate. I'm a member of the Western Adirondack Railroad Modelers. Ed over here is another one of our members. Paul in the background is another, and our 4th member, Bob, is away this weekend, so can't be here to share in this. But about 7 years ago, Bob said to a bunch of us sitting around in the basement of the church, "I've got an idea for a layout, railroad layout that will tell some of the history of our area." And what you're going to see today is what we've come up with some buildings from the period, some of the layout of the track itself, and we will show you what we've got. In 1902, Rich Lumber Company built a railroad that they called the Cranberry Lake Railroad from Benson Mines, which is represented over on the far end of our layout, into Wanakena, which is right here, about 6 miles of railroad. They had some things to conquer to get there, one of which was a big swamp to cross, and there's a trestle in the background that we'll show you more of later. They went in, and Rich had partners who were people who made things out of the lumber that Rich cut, and they worked together in Pennsylvania at 2 different sites, and then they came to Wanakena. They disassembled the whole village in Pennsylvania and put the lumber on flat cars and built houses in Wanakena to house the 1,500 people who came to work in the mills and in cutting the trees and getting them brought into the mill pond and the mill area. They were here until 1912, by which point they had cut everything, clear cut, all the way to the county line. The thing that I know about it is that in 1916, there was nothing taller than a 4-year-old in this area, because my mother was playing on the property that we have here, and there was nothing taller than she was, and nothing all the way to the county line. They made all kinds of things. We'll show you some of the mills a little bit later. But they took up the tracks in 1912 and went on to Vermont and did the same kind of lumbering there. This is beautiful downtown Wanakena in about 1907. This is the Rich and Andrews General Store that provided food, clothing, and all the other necessities for the 1,500 people who lived in Wanakena, doing the lumbering and working in the factories around the mill pond. This is the church that was moved here in 1902 from Pennsylvania and built, and it's still standing. It's one of the few buildings represented on here that is still standing, and this is built from the actual church itself rather than photographs. Rich didn't want his workers to have to cross the railroad bridge to get to work at the mills, so he built the footbridge, which has been a feature of Wanakena ever since and still is. It was built in 1902. They left in 1912. The footbridge stayed, and so did the rest of the town, and there's a story behind that too. But in 2014, we had an ice jam that knocked down this tower, so the footbridge had to be replaced, which we did by 2016, raised the money and rebuilt it, and it's there to be enjoyed again today. It's part of my history as a little boy, walking up the road and across the footbridge and going in to buy penny candy in the general store. The Helen was a steam launch that went from Wanakena out onto the rest of Cranberry Lake. There was no public transport any place but Wanakena. This was the first public transport at Cranberry Lake at all. And so, but people already had built camps and hotels, and the steam tug, Helen, would take people out to the camps and take mail and groceries. That tradition of a boat traveling the length of the lake delivering mail continued into my lifetime. This is the veneer mill. All of the mills other than the lumber and lath and chip mill used the hardwoods that were here. They made veneer in this mill. They made shoe lasts in this mill, the form that shoemakers used to build a shoe on and actually pound nails into the heels and all that stuff. They made buggy whip handles, which are in great demand in 2020. And they made barrel heads. This was called a heading mill. They made the barrel heads for barrels that were made elsewhere. And across the mill pond is the lumber mill, lath mill, and chip mill that provided a lot of the lumber to rebuild parts of New York City after a fire. This is actually 3 mills in one of the 7 around the mill pond. In this mill they made lumber, and one of these loading docks was a half-mile long. What was left for making lumber, they made lath for lath and plaster walls. What was left from that, they chipped up into wood chips to fire the boilers of all the mills all around the mill pond. On this part of our setup, we have the car house and the engine house. These were, again, built from photographs, and the structure inside this building is just beautifully done. I want to pick it up and show you just how finely crafted that is. It's all post and beam construction, just like the original. And our master modeler, Bob Meredith, is the one who has done both of these buildings. The railroad bridge was built, of course, as soon as they were building the rest of the railroad. This is the Oswegatchie River running into Cranberry Lake right there at Wanakena, just upstream from the footbridge. This bridge became an automobile bridge. When they took up the tracks, it stayed, and I don't know what of the original structure was there when I first came in 1940, but I remember driving across a plank road bridge, and it went clatterty, 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 clatterty. That was replaced by a steel deck bridge, and that just this year is being replaced by a concrete deck bridge. But they're all right in that same place, right where the railroad bridge was, right where Rich put it, because it was the best way to get across the Oswegatchie and get over to the mill pond. Hopping rocks in the rapids here was one of the favorite activities of kids when I was a kid, and it still is. People are still doing it above and below the bridge in the rapids. The Barnhart loader was a marvelous contraption. It would go out on the next to last car on the train and load the last car, then winch itself to the next car and load the car that it had just been sitting on, so that they could get the logs up from the jackworks and get them into the mill. Bob Meredith did some kit bashing and built this from photographs. Virtually everything we have on here was made from photographs. One building is still existent, and so we made that from the actual building itself, the church over in the village, but everything else was from photographs. Between Benson Mines and Wanakena, they encountered 400 feet of swamp and gully that needed to be crossed, and so they built a trestle, which was the best way to get there. Trestles are nasty beasts, but which can catch on fire, and they rot, and they need repair. So as they were bringing train loads of supplies in for the people in Wanakena, they would hook in bottom dump hopper cars, and as they crossed the trestle, they would dump it, and they eventually filled in the whole thing, and it's called the Big Fill Trestle. And if the forest weren't closed because of COVID, I could walk you right on that fill today. This is the settlement of Benson Mines. The homes that are represented here are not necessarily representing actual buildings there. The mine buildings themselves are. This was an iron ore mine, open pit, and the Benson family ran it for a number of years. We've got crusher house and further processing building here. These are done from photographs. And when we get around the other side, I can show you some of the operations of the mine itself. In 1942, the whole town was picked up and moved into Star Lake itself, and I happen to own one of those houses right now. I was telling a story about my grandfather riding his horse from Wanakena to Benson Mines, well, actually to Newton Falls, to have a service in the afternoon there. And before he could get home, it was dark and very cold, being January, and he stopped overnight with the Bensons. And so it's possible that my grandfather stayed overnight in the house that I now own. Who knows? Doesn't matter. Good story anyway. These are the ore processing buildings at Benson Mines. Back here is one of the crushers, and the other crusher to crush it to fine. Further processing where they separated the ore from the tailings, and the tailings pile here. We have a chute that is going to be from the building to the tailings pile, but we don't have that added to it yet. Work in progress, as every layout is. Over that direction, we have the representation of the mine where they're blasting. They've just blasted off the hill here, and the loader is ready to load railroad cars with the ore, which would then be pushed up to here to the first crusher, and it would be dumped and then crushed and sent on to the rest of the processing.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed your tour, and if you ever find yourself in Star Lake, New York, the Western Adirondack Model Railroaders would love to have you visit their little operation.
Well, it looks like that's a wrap for our first day of NERx. How did we do? I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I have this evening, and we've still got 3 more nights of model railroading fun ahead. I'm joined now by the rest of our host team. It's Jerry Covino, Peter Watson, and Chuck Diljak. They'll be with you here on nights 2, 3, and 4. So thanks again to all of you for joining. We hope to see you back here tomorrow at 06:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for day 2 of NERx, the 2020 annual convention of the Northeastern region of the NMRA. Say goodnight, guys.
Hey, good night.
Good night.